your name. Oh, yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah. We sing praises to your name.
All praise to the Most High. Hold on, let me see if y'all can hear me. Let me see if y'all can hear me. Let me see if y'all can hear me. Peace and blessings from the Most High, Shabbat Shalom, the seventh day. Today is the seventh day of the Most High. He said, remember it forever, keep it holy, forever, ever, yeah, forever, ever. Not temporary, forever, ever. It didn't change the Sunday. It's forever, ever. It's the seventh day. You have to count your days. Day one is what they call Sun's Day. You heard? Day 7 is what they call Saturn's Day. And then it's evening to evening, as the Mosai said in Barashayat, Genesis, evening and the evening is the first day. So evening, after when the sun goes down on what you would call Friday night, till the sun goes down on what you would call Saturday night, is a set apart. Kaya Dash, hold on, let me see. Are y'all here? Hold on, let me. There I go. It's the set apart Kayadash, holy day of the Most High, the seventh day. And tonight is all about counting. Oh yeah, we going somewhere tonight. We starting off with the seventh day because you got to count. Y'all done act like y'all done lost y'all rabbit mind. Y'all done let Julius Caesar with his what he called himself, his Janus worship, changing the new year to the dead of winter in January 1st, Janus, for the Roman god Janus. Then y'all have let Constantine come and change the Sabbath day to the Sunday for Sol Invictus sun worship. Y'all done lost your mind like y'all can't count. Y'all want to have a Julian calendar from Julius Caesar and Gregorian calendar from whoever, whichever Gregory that is or whatever. The devil's a lie. The Most High counts times. There's a time counting going on. Yeah. We already coming in. We already coming in nice and early with the all right, all right, hold on. We in nice and early. All right. Tonight's lesson, the path of the sorcerer, the moon or the sun, which are we to follow? You heard? They got up here following, talking about it's New Year's and we in the dead of winter. Tell me something that's new. It's still freezing cold. Ain't no leaf came back on the tree. Ain't no hibernating bears, and nobody came out of their hibernation. Ain't no plants coming up and everything. Ain't no new earth. How is it a new year? The devil's a lie. The devil's a lie. You and your toga wearing Julius Caesar, a Roman worship of these ditty gods, these ditties. You understand? Y'all following all these ditties. The devil's a lie. We call it study and show ourselves approved. You can count. It's like you can count the days of the week. You know, doggone way Sunday is the first day. So, yeah. Because Constantine then told you it don't matter. Yeah, it do matter. The Most High got days and times. You heard? The path of the sorcerer, the moon or the sun. You heard? Let's go. We going in tonight. Let me get my present. Invite my guests. Let me invite my brothers and sisters to join old Uncle Unc on the screen. We going in. We going in tonight. I got some I put some together for your visual learners. You heard? Me and Yasharallah about to go double team tonight again. We about to do a double tag team tonight again. I put some visuals together for my visual learners. For those, I shout out to Pensilola, y'all bless. All right, shout out to everybody. There's two streams. There's a vertical stream that's up like on your phone, vertical like a TikTok. If you don't like that, all you gotta do is go out of the live stream and click on the other live stream, and you get back to the 16 by 9, the wide screen where all of us at in the chat. Most of us be over here in the chat. So if you find yourself over there in the vertical stream and you want to come over here in this chat, just close right on out and come back into the other one. All right. All right, now shout out to Diana and Yamala and Samkaya. We sing praises to your name. Shout out to our elder Samkaya over there in Abraham's bosom. Rest up, Samkaya. All right, now I'm getting in there real early. I got some visuals for you, Sister Phyllis Richards. Yeah, I got some backdrops. I got some visuals. I got a lot of stuff. It's going down. Shalom, Elder Tamaya. Shalom. Oh, sorry. What happened? Add back to the stage. Shalom, Elder Tamaya. Shalom, Hakyama. All right. We going in. We going in. We going in. First of all, that was a dope jam at the beginning, right? That was Yasha's new joint, right? That's Yasha Yaha, his new song, him and Ahaba Yah. And Naya out there in Canada, shout out to Canada and them. They doing their thing. That was a dope new song. I like that new song, Yasha. I like that one. About the love. Something about the love. They was talking about the love. Oh, Shalom, Diana. They was talking about the love. you like that song, Diana? They was talking about some real love. I like that. That was dope, Yasha. That's the real love, the love of the Most High. That the manuscript, the Safaria that they call the Bible, said they don't really love the Most High, they love the lie. So, somebody talk to me. The manuscript said they don't really love the Most High, they love the lie. You know, so they love Sunday, they love the lie. The Most High said in Genesis, Barashiyah, day 1 to day 7, on the 7th day he rested. The 4th of the 10 commandments said, keep it holy forever, ever. And you know what they do? They like, we don't care. We love what they love. What's his name? Constantine. We love Saturday. We love the Soul Invictus Sunday worship. So we don't care what the Most High say because they don't love the Most High. They love the lie. And that part, the Bible is a doggone prophetic book. If I ever seen one, it tells everything, everything, everything. Yeah, it does. It tells everything. All right, we going in. We going in. So let me get started. We going in nice and I'm right on time. That was a great song, Yasha. Let me I can't remember the tune now. Hold on, let me play this really quick. What do you say? Real love? Ain't that no? It's a real love.
Can I share
That's the
screen?
joint. All right, that was a good song. I was just listening to myself. I know you like, she like, Unc, you ain't sharing that. I know I wasn't. I was being foolish. I was over there rocking out to myself. They're like, Unc, that ain't fair. I'm like, I just wanted to remember the song. All right, now that you said it, I might as well. This is what I was.
This love give your eyes for your see. The full work of the Almighty. Real love, it won't make me a liar. Real love, this love give your.
Come on, boy, y'all better somebody done told you wrong. Y'all done bumped your rabbit mind and somebody done told you wrong. Yeah. Do y'all know what that means? That means I am that I am. Yeah. 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 That his name is not. His name is Yah, and when you put Yah in it, it means I am Yah, I be Yah. Yah means he is Yah, he is Yah. Yah is I am that I am. You better know the Habara Yah. Are we going there tonight? Because we going on the path of the sorcerer, the moon or the sun. And in order to understand where the people went lost, because they don't got the Habariyah tongue, they following that Canaanite Hebrew tongue, the Paleo and all that. Then they following the Yiddish and these wish people. They worship the moon. You didn't know that, did y'all? Did y'all know that those little wish convertites, come on, Elder Thomas, y'all know this. those Babylonian, Ashkenazi, Convertites, Amorites, you know what they worship? They worship the moon. You know what that little cap on their head is? You know what that little thing on their head is? That's moon worship, but y'all don't know that, do you? Oh yeah, we come to tell you tonight. We come to show you. That's moon worship. Yeah, these are moon worshipers. You understand? Praise the Most High. We're going to reveal some things tonight. Yeah, it's going down tonight. Come on now, y'all. It's going down. Let's get started. So I'm going to do the share screen. Right? It's real. Y'all really love the most. Some of them don't really love the Most High. They love to lie. You heard? And the Most High said, and if you do, he going to give you over to a strong delusion. He going to give you over to the lie. You heard? Nah, you got to love the Most High in spirit and in truth. That part. Not just in reading the book and doing that. No, spirit and in truth. I want to know the truth. I need to know the whole truth, the truth and nothing but the truth. All right, here we go. Let's do the thumbnail. Let's get this party started. We're going to get this party started right on Friday night. Just got paid. Bam, bam. Most High Shabbat. Bam, bam. Get your snacks. Bam, bam. And we're going to teach this word. Put in all this ayadah, this work for the Most High to teach his children. Put in all these images, and I done made all this for my visual learners. You heard hours and hours and hours. That's why I start so late. Y'all know why I be starting like 9:15, 9:20? It ain't because I'm lazy. It's because I'm sitting here still working to put this presentation for y'all. Come on, Yadasa, are you dar, Yadasa? I'm sitting there. I ain't lazy. I've been sitting here since 5 p.m. That's the part. Let me explain that part. I want y'all to think Unc be on colored people time. Unc be on, no, Unc be on work time. Unc be on y'all time. Unc be on ayadah work. You heard? I'm sitting up here since 5 p.m. I woke up at 5 p.m. I've been sitting here putting this together. That's why I ain't start till 9:30. You know why? Because about 9 o'clock, I said, okay, I got to stop and run in the bathroom and try to wash up and wake myself up so I can come in here and teach this word for another 4 hours straight. Y'all better understand this is ayadah. Thank you, daughter of Yah, Yashala Yah. Thank you so much for your donation, Yashala Yah. Hakyama, could you put that on the screen for us, please? Thank you so much for your donation, Yashala Yah. All right, let's go. So I just wanted to put that out there because I know you're like, come on, man, you late. No, I ain't late. I'm early. I've been sitting here since 5 p.m. You heard? This part, putting all this together since yesterday. I ain't start at 5 p.m. I had to stop yesterday after when I got home from the gym. I got to work out yesterday. I came in and I worked, putting the thumbnail, putting all this together. Then I had to go to bed and get back up at 5 p.m. and start on part 2. So that's why it'd be like 10 hours, 15 hours for me working on these studies. But this is the ayadah, the work of the Most High. Teach my children, the Most High says, in spirit and in truth. They on the werewolf's path. Yeah. Somebody done told you wrong. They on the path of the werewolf. Oh, what is that? Yeah, look at the two paths. Y'all see the two paths? Somebody dissect this thumbnail. Y'all dissect it. Two paths. One is the moon, one is the sun. The werewolf's path. The path of the sorcerer. Do we follow the moon or do we follow the sun? Oh, yeah, shook it. Y'all know they do the werewolf with that moon stuff, right? That's why I put that in there with that werewolf in there. Y'all know I be putting this work in. All right? Now, let's go. We
We
going
have
tonight.
another donation.
Thank you so much. Let me see it. You put it on the screen? Zayana. Thank you, Zayana. I humbly receive. Thank you so much for your donation, daughter of Yah. I humbly receive. Praise Yah's holy name in his rightful order. Now, the werewolf. You heard? We following come on, Dolores Yah, we going somewhere. The werewolf's path. Yeah, they following the wolf. You heard? Come on, sisters, come out of that following the moon. A lot of the sisters be following the moon. I remember we had a sister here early when the ministry, about 4 years ago. She couldn't come out of that moon worship. I'm like, that is not of Yah. You ain't been following the moon, and she left, and now she's somewhere still following the moon. She ain't nothing but a werewolf, still howling, still in her sin. Yes, she is. She in these other Hebrew Israelite channels. She know who she is. I ain't got to call out no names. You heard? She still running around all in these Hebrew Israelite channels. These people be following the moon. You think they don't? Moon worship. Oh, it's going down tonight. Yeah, we got some sposing to do. We got some sposing to do. All right, so where I'm going to start? How I'm going to start this party off? How you going to start it off, Uncle Unk? All right, so first of all, let me see how I'm going to start this off. Do I want to start off with there? No. I might start off with there. Let me start off. Yeah. Who are we following? Who are we really following? Do y'all know all of the words that we speak in this English bastardized language of tongue, spells, and... All right, let me turn my mic down a little bit. This English language of bastardized spells and curses, this tongue we speak, do y'all not know that we speak in this Greco-Roman tongue? And these were polytheistic fallen angel worshipers. They worship all these gods that they got from the Canaanites, the Phoenicians, and all them. Oh yeah, we going somewhere. I could turn up a little bit. I don't think I'm gonna get too loud. Not yet, right? So we following these idiot juices. So everything in this bastardized English tongue is the tongue of curses and spells. So almost, I can't even say almost, every word that we are speaking that they made this English tongue up, right? The last language, we did a linguistic language last time, right? This is the Germanic Indo-European language of tongues, right? We did the tree last time, right? So all of these words are actually gods and deities and fallen angels. Every last word. Like Tuesdays, Thursdays, I think it's Thursdays, and Wednesday is Odin's days, and Saturday is Saturnalia, Saturn, the sun, and Sunday is Sol Invictus, like everything. Do y'all not know that there's a word for, because we speaking of times today, the path of the sorcerers. You heard? Who are we really following? Are we to follow the moon? Are we to follow the sun? What are you following? They got a word in our English tongue, and it's called hours, right? You know, hours, the hours of the day, right? Every word we say, they got us calling on gods. And everything we celebrate and you worshiping these gods. In Greek mythology, there is a god called Hore or Horai. Okay? In the Greek, they call him Horai. I call him a whore. Mama call him a whore, daddy call him a whore, I call him a whore. So the Greek always put this in there, right? They all about the ditty and the whore, right? So they got a god called Horai. And that translates into the English word hours. Like the hours of the day on the clock. So when we say, what hour is it? You're literally saying, what hore is it? Horai. All right? And it also transliterates to the word seasons. Okay? Where the goddesses of the seasons and the natural portions of time. So Hore is H-O-R-A-E. Y'all can look it up, study to show yourself approved. Don't take nothing I say on face value. Study to show yourself approved. Hore or Horai means hours or seasons. And these were the goddesses of the seasons and the natural portions of time. So all these things that they be having us speaking are actually Greek. Do y'all understand? We're still, and the Romans come from the Hellenes, the Greek. Okay? So everything that they got to speak and celebrate, everything is these gods. I got another one for y'all. Do y'all not know do I want to say this one now, or I'll save it for when I get there? There's another, no, I'll save it for when we get there, because I'm going to show it. There's another God. The boy, that's crazy. These words are crazy. All right, I'll say that till I get there. All right, please hit the like button. Thank you, Malaka. Y'all, shout out to United Kingdom. Shout out to everybody all over the world. Please hit the like button. Come on in so we can get through the shadow ban. We on the vertical. We on the live. They shadow banning the mess out of us. I mean, they really on me. They on me bad. They mad at me. Right? They stopped all my subscribers. I'm like, it was going up for a minute. I'm like, they just shut it all down. Whatever. Right? Shout out Sister Kelly Perry. Shout out to Yaron. Sorry, I can't see much of the chat. They already blocking the chat on me already. But let's get started. All right? The path of the sorcerers. All right? Now, what are we really worshiping? See, worshiping the moon is actually worshiping a god. And guess what, everybody? Guess what this god's name is? I'm going to show y'all. The worshiping of the moon. And these Israelites do it too. They love. So it came from the last live stream when I showed the young girl that, and she was breaking down that we don't celebrate Janus New Year's, and she said something about we celebrate the moon or something, and I said no, I said the devil's a lie. We are not called to celebrate nobody's moon. We don't celebrate the moon. All right. That was this stop share, right? Let me just do this correctly so I can bring some context. Share screen, bang. Donna Briggs. Yo, do y'all know I've been saying I've been saying Donna Briggs for Donna Briggs. Yo, that Donna Briggs stuff is hilarious. Donna Briggs. I used to be walking around and they're like, Donna Briggs. All right, so anyway, let me just stop being stupido. All right, so this is the young sister, you know, she said, stop celebrating.
We're celebrating New Year's. You're definitely out the loop. First off, the moon gives us a sign. The moon tells us when the month begins. That's why we celebrate new moon. So
see what she said? She said the moon tells us when a month begins. That's why we celebrate new moon. No, we do not. You are not supposed to celebrate no new moon. Okay? So this is what triggered, I guess, this study. I guess Yashara Allah said, all right, because I brought it out. I guess Yashara Allah said, all right, since you brought it out, I'm about to jump on the coattail and we about to go in. All right. So when she went in, then I said, all right, I'm about to jump on your coattail, Yashara Allah, and we about to do another. I guess we about to do a tag team. You heard? Everybody, we do not celebrate no moons. All right?
tells us when the month begins. That's why we celebrate new moon.
Wrong, sister. We don't celebrate no new moon. But I'm glad you're trying to come out of the lies. All right? So now, let's get this party started. Which one I'm going to do first? Let me do my little backdrop, right? Because we got a lot to bring out tonight, right? So I'm going to do my little backdrop first, right? Then I got some videos. I got all type of stuff. We got some breakdowns for y'all. Share this tab instead. Full screen. Hakiyama, let me know when the backdrop finish, if it finished before I finish my intro. We going in. Tonight is going to be a very, very powerful lesson. Thank you, Yashara Allah, for assisting me tonight and us breaking this down for the children of the Most High to make them understand what are we following. The path of the sorcerer, the werewolf's path, the moon, the sun. What are we following? All right, here we go. Let's get this party started. Now, family, there's a difference between observing creation and bowing down to creation. And tonight, we must ask a question that many are afraid to ask, especially in modern faith spaces where spirituality has become emotional, aesthetic, driven by trends, right? It's, you know, even We the People of the book was a whole trend from 2020. Now it died down a little bit. Everybody, we the people of the book. It was, you know, right? Now, across social media, across all these churches, Christian churches, Hebrew Israelite churches, and synagogues and synagogue, See, it's okay. I'm a wait. It's so much that's gonna come out because when you're worshiping the moon, you're actually worshiping an actual Greek god, and his name is Sin. That part you cannot make up. There's a Greek god named Sin, and he is the moon god. We going there. Sin. Sin is a god, and he is the moon god, right? That's why those convertites worship in a synagogue. That'll come out a little later. All right? Agagi. So it's the worship of the moon god Sin in their temple. But most people don't know that. And even the little disc on their head. All right, but we going somewhere. All right? Now, we're going to show it all with receipts tonight. The worshiping of the moon is the worship of the god Sin. All right. Now, across social media, across Hebrew Israelite camps, across churches, Christian, across synagogues and all that, right? And right? Across prayer circles and gatherings, many believers, more specifically a lot of the women, are celebrating the full moon. Now, the women have an inclination to be drawn by the moon because there's some symbolism there. But that's why you need to be covered, sisters. Come out of that. All right? You're drawn to it. A lot of the sisters in Awakening and Fakening too are celebrating the full moon. They sing to it. They chant under it. They mark its cycles. Some even say they feel closer to the Most High because of it. Okay? Because of this moon. Because the moon tracks the cycles. It's symbolic to the woman. There's a pull. There's an attraction that pulls them to the worship of the moon. That's the god Sin in the Greek Hellenist tongue. Right? But the question is not how does it feel? The question is this what our Safariyah manuscript scriptures actually teach? Are we instructed to follow the moon or the one who made the moon? See, are lunar rituals biblical timekeeping, or are they ancient practices revived under a new name? Everyone, the word lunar is another Greek god. Yo, this stuff, as we go through from Christianity, from Hellenes to Roman to Christian to, we still in the series, even though we on a branch, we on an offshoot branch because of this new moon stuff, but we can't get away from the Greek because that's the tongue. Do y'all not know there's a god, a Greek god called Luna? That's where we get Luna, the sun, and that's where you get the root word lunatic. It's the psychotic thing of worshiping that moon god and the practices, and we'll get there later. It's always goes back to the Hellenes and the Romans. It never stops. All right. So this lunar following these cycles, rituals, or biblical timekeeping, or are they ancient practices revived under a new name? I think, are they ancient practices revived under a new name? See, scripture draws a very clear line between signs and objects of reverence and worship. Deuteronomy 4:19 says, "Lest thou lift up thine eyes unto the Shamayam heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, shouldest you be driven to worship them." That's a warning. Everybody? Deuteronomy 4:19. You shall be driven to worship the celestial bodies. Creation was never meant to receive worship. Creation was never meant to receive worship. It was meant to point to the Creator. Worship is for the Creator, not the created. And yet, throughout history, the moon has been one of the most worshipped objects on earth. The moon was more worshipped than the sun. Most people don't know that. Not metaphorically, but ritualistically. In ancient, what they call Mesoamerica, the Mayans, they revered the moon goddess of Ixchel. It's Ixchel. I'll be able to show y'all that on the screen later, the spelling. This is the moon goddess of medicine, fertility, and childbirth. Her worship involved pilgrimages, dancing, singing, and giving offerings. This is the Mayans, okay? Offerings. And during the full moons, the Mayans would leave out bowls of water. They were placed outside to capture the moon's reflection for divination, the reflection in the water. They have a god, a Greek god called Narcissus. Narcissus. That's where we get the word narcissistic. And he was the god of worship in his reflection in the mirror. Everybody, it's all these Greek gods, these deity gods, Helens. In the Aztec world, lunar figures, moon figures like Metzli, Metztli, and Coyolaxauhqui, or whatever, Coyolxauhqui. These in the Aztec kingdom, these moon gods were honored with moon festivals, chants, offerings, and ritual calendars. They governed their spiritual life. The moon was not just observed, it was consulted to. In ancient Helens, what the Romans called Greece, the moon was personified as the god Selene. 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 Later blended with the gods Artemis and Hecate. The goddess most associated with witchcraft, crossroads, and sorcery was Selene, the moon god. The moon, listen clearly, the moon goddess, Selene, was most associated with witchcraft. That's where you get your moon, with the witch and the moon and the broom and all that divination and with witchcraft, crossroads, and sorcery. Hecate, sorcery. That's why tonight's lesson is the path of the sorcerer. Full moon festivals that they had, like the biggest festival called Pandia, Pandia, Helens, all through Rome, all through ancient. These included chants, offerings, and ritual performances, as well as sacrifices. These practices were not symbolic poetry. These practices were acts of devotion. And this is why tonight's lesson is so important. Because when modern believers unknowingly repeat these ancient rituals by singing, chanting, timing their prayers to the moon, or seeking guidance during full moons, or like that sister said, we celebrate the moon. No, we do not. These are ancient rituals being practiced, a lot unknowingly. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. See, tonight we are teaching to ask the question, are most walking in Safariyah biblical faith, or most retracing the path of the sorcerers? See, the Bible, the Safariyah, is not silent on this matter. Yashayaha 47:13, Isaiah 47:13 says, let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee. All right? The prophet, it says, Okay, y'all want to follow? Ain't nothing new under the sun. Y'all want to follow these astrologers, stargazers, monthly procrastinators, prognosticators? Then let them stand up and bring you salvation. See, the tone in Yashayaha, Isaiah 47:13 was not praise. It was a judgment. See, the Most High does not receive and does not support the idea that guidance comes from the heavens rather than from him. But they're seeking guidance from the heavens. This teaching ain't an attack on nobody, not on no women. It's not an attack on curiosity. It's not an attack on trying to study the created things. Tonight's teaching is about discernment. There's a difference between understanding times and seasons. And tonight, y'all going to have the full, complete understanding of it. Thank you to the Abba Yah first and foremost, and me, Unc, and our sister Yasharallah for our diligent studies. Y'all going to have the full understanding of the times and the seasons according to the Safari Yah, according to the Most High Creator of all things, our Abba Yah. Now, there's a difference between understanding times and seasons and turning times and seasons into spiritual worship. Yirmiyahu 10:2, Jeremiah 10:2 says, learn not the way of the heathen and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. See, the moon was given as a marker of time, not to rule your thoughts or your spirit, not to be worshiped. So tonight, Marara Yah, we're going to slow it on down. Come on, Yashala Yah. We're going to, Yashara Yah, Yasharallah. We're going to slow, and Yashala Yah too. We're going to slow it on down. We're going to ask some honest questions. We're going to break down and examine the scripture. We're going to examine historical receipts and facts. And we're going to do a comparative analysis of exactly what is written with what is trending in religion and culture. Because the Safariyah they call the Bible never commands us to be chanting to no moon. It never commands us to be singing to no moon. And it never commands us to be seeking guidance from the moon. No, it don't. And when these practices align with more ancient pagan rituals, when they align with those more than they align with biblical instructions, then this discernment, this teaching becomes mandatory. Family of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue, not everything that feels spiritual is from the Most High. I need to say that one more time, because a lot of people get in their feelings and they think that just because something feels spiritual, that don't mean it's from the Most High. Not every light in the sky is meant for you to guide you anywhere. Nah. Tonight, we examine the path of the sorcerers so we don't accidentally walk into the path. Let us begin. Yeah, we sound in the Safari Yah. Let us begin. There are two different sources of light. There are light that leads, and there are lights that deceive. I'm going to say that again. There's a kalalaya to everything, a completion. Two different sources. A light that leads and a light that deceives. Now, where am I going to go? Let me see. Where am I going? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do it? I got so much to bring out. All of y'all instruct my path. Instruct my path. Now, where do I want to go first? All right, so let me see. Where am I going to go here or am I going to go there? Am I going to go here? Am I going to go there? Oh, let's do video clips, right? Then as I do video clips, then I'll come into my, Then I'll come into me and Yashara Law's breakdown and then all right. So let's do video clips first. So let me come over here. Let me grab, which one is first? First video clip of tonight. All right. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Share this tab instead. Full screen. For educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We just reacting and breaking it on down. Let's go and bring out some of the ancient practices of moon worship. I wanted to give y'all some visuals as I continue to give y'all other as before we break it on down, right? Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Here we go. Why did the Sumerians and the Babylonians worship the moon? Hold on. Why did they worship the moon god?
The worship of the moon in ancient Mesopotamia was one of the earliest and most important aspects of Mesopotamian religion. Known as Nana in Sumerian and Sin in Akkadian, the moon god was worshipped across different Mesopotamian cultures.
All right, let me explain. Let me do this. Let me come back to this. All right, let me do my breakdown first. So I want to introduce y'all to them first before I show y'all these people's clips, right? So let me do this. I put this together for you. I didn't even title it. That's okay. Let me do this. Let me come to my Google Drive, right? Put this doc together for y'all, right? So let me stop share, come back to y'all. We'll come back to the video clips. Let me go to Windows, share screen, window, bang, share. All right, let me see what y'all see. Okay, hold on. There you go. Let me collapse the side. Hakiyama taught me that. All right. Now let me make the text bigger because y'all might need bigger text. Let me see. Is the text? Yeah.
Can you take the live chat off the screen?
Well, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right. So let me make the text a little bigger for y'all. Right? Y'all need the text a little bit bigger?
You can up percentage chunk, so it's like spreads more on the screen. See how it says 100%?
I don't see.
Right.
Okay.
Like, yeah, the zoom, yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me try.
You could zoom.
So if I can
Go like
bring it up to 125.
Like 125, 150.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. I like that, Yasha. You trying to give me some tips and tricks. Hold on. Okay. That's better for y'all? Now I can move it to the side too. I thought I could. Now I can't. Oh, there you go. Yep. Hold on. Is that better? Is that better, y'all? We cooking with olive oil? All right. All right. Yeah, Yasha, your audio is muffled. That's better? Okay. All righty then. All righty then. So I put this together for y'all, right? This right here, when we did our lesson on Babylon and the Ubaid period and Urek, when they came out of the Noah's Ark and the children and they landed on Mount Ararat, and then they came down and Ham got a lot of this land, and Cush went up into the mountains and he got messed with some fallen angel. That's where Nimrod got his mess from. And then Arphaxad came down and got the Levant region, what they call the Shemitic, they call that the Mesopotamian and stuff. And then Cush followed him, Nimrod and them, and that's where you get and this is the Tower of Babel temple and Ziggurat and all that stuff. The reason why that's on the screen, because a lot of that moon goddess worship happened with that. All right? So this image here, right? Dang, the image is really big, but that's okay, right? Let me make it a little smaller so I can show the images. There it goes. It's a little more, right? So this image here, they worshiping the moon god. See? We'll get there. And this one is in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It's a cylinder seal and modern impression of the Battle of the Gods in Acadia. All right? Suma, Acadia. They're worshiping the moon god. All right? Now, all right. So, who are they? Who they are, who they be. Nana is the Sumerian, and Sin is the Akkadian. Nana is the Sumerian name for the Mesopotamian moon god. Now remember, Sumerian, Acadia comes from Sumeria, all right? So, in Acadia is where our ancestors get this paleo, that's where they, where the vowels first got introduced. The vowels, that fallen angel, the U was introduced in Acadia, right? Before that, there was no U. Nobody called the Most High name no Yahuwah at all. There's no Uwa in a Habara. That's Acadia, where the U was introduced, these vowels, okay? That's when our ancestors started calling on that. Later, Ugarit and all that, when you get Yahweh and all that stuff, okay? Now, so the U was the first vowel sound added. Sorry, that ain't his name. His name is Yah, all right? And whatever you add to Yah is describing something. So if you know the original Hebrew tongue, you're going to have to explain to me what Uwa means, if you think that's his name. Because Uwa is describing something about Yah, and there's no Uwa in Habara Yah, all right? There's no vowels in it. So it's just basic linguistics and etymology. So a lot of us study to show ourselves a little bit approved, right? You follow these, what's this book? Strong. We're gonna pull out Strongs and all this stuff. These that's Canaanite, okay? All right, but anyway, and we're gonna bring some Strongs out tonight because we got to just like we go to these sources that the world follows, right? Right, I go to like tonight, I got my sources in here. See? Encyclopedia Britannica, right? EBSCO, Smart History, Collège de France, Collège de France, right? Because people like to see your scholarship, your sources. So tonight we're gonna show some Strongs to make our point, right? Thank you, Yasharallah, for that election, right? But we going somewhere, Delara Shah. So Nana, oh yeah, we back to the Il Nana. I know y'all like the Nana again. Yeah, the Nana. Right? Welcome back to the Nana. I need to can I make this a little smaller? No, I can't. Because I made it so big, I can't make it small. Nope, it'll cut. Let me see. Because I can't see the chat at all now. All right, I can see a little bit of it. All right. All right. So, because I made this so big. Nah, I think I need to do it the other way, Yasha. Because then now I can't see the chat at all. Because when I try to cut it, let me see if it cuts down. Yep, it does cut down for y'all. Yeah. All right, so let me do it the other way. Let me go back to 100%. That was a good thing, but I can't see. And then let me try to up the font and see if that works. Control A, and I'm gonna go up, 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 up. Yeah, see, this works better because now I can make it. All right, let me see. Is that good for y'all as far as, nope, let me make it a little bigger. Let me see. Yeah, that's good for y'all. All right, and now I can make it smaller so that I can still see the chat. There you go. All right, so that was good, Yasha. Thank you, but it made the thing where I couldn't collapse it down. All right, now I can see the chat. All right, I'm gonna do this whole study without seeing the chat. All right, now we cooking with some olive oil and some and some whatever good oil. We cooking with some good oils. Got that good oil. Thank you, Yasha. All right, here we go. The Nana. We back to the ill Nana. Foxy Brown. Oh, every time we go to Samaria, Foxy Brown show up, right? The ill Nana. We back again. You can never get away. Just like you go to the Greek, you get the little wee wees and the ditties, right? Every time we go back, we're gonna get Enlil, Enki, and Nana, all that ish, right? You get right back. So Nana is a Sumerian name for a Mesopotamian moon god. All right. Now these are supposed to be males, though. The Nana, yeah, avocado oil. Cooking with, thank y'all. Give me some oils. I'm cooking with some avocado oil and some some good oils, right? Nana is the Sumerian name for the Mesopotamian moon god. In Acadia, his name is Sin. Sin. You can't make it up. The god's name is Sin. Sin is the Akkadian form of the same deity's name, because when different cultures, they have different linguistics. So Nana is transliterated in Akkadian to Swin, Sin. All right? Now, in many sources, they are treated as one deity with multiple names. Nana, Swin, Sin. Names and what they mean. Encyclopedia Britannica notes a traditional scholarly idea that Nana may have originally referred to the full moon. Everybody listen. While Sin is designated to the crescent moon. So the full moon is the Sumerian Nana. The crescent moon shape is the god Sin, is designated to Sin. And also connects Nana closely to cattle herds in the marshy lower Euphrates region where this cult developed. In Mesopotamian religion summaries, Nana, Sin, is commonly listed as the son of Enlil. Here we go back to Enlil, and as the father of Utu or Shamash, and Inanna, which is Ishtar. We keep Easter, we always come back. It all ties in, okay? Ishtar, Easter, Inanna, okay, is the daughter of Sin, of the moon god. So Easter is the daughter of Sin. You can't, it's just funny when you just really break this stuff down. It's crazy work, right? And it's also crazy how they just make all these gods and have them, they have kids and children. They got all this stuff. I'm like, why? Well, I guess everybody does that, right? We got ours, our creator. He's supposed to have an only begotten son, or we supposed to be his children, right? But at least we're physical, right? But I guess, it is what it is, right? You're going to believe in something, even if you believe in nothing. But anyway, so, and Nana, Ishtar, Astarte, Shira, right? All these different names. It's the daughter of Sin. It's crazy work, the daughter of Sin. His consort, all right, Nana or Sin, the son of Enlil, his consort is Ningal, often paired with him in temple contexts and texts. Was the moon god's most famous cult center. Southern Mesopotamia, Nana's great city. Okay, of Chaldees, all right? Of Nineveh, of Shinar, of Nimrod, of Babylon, of Sumer, was the moon god's, Nana's, most famous cult center. A monumental ziggurat and temple complex there is widely described as being dedicated to Nana, the moon god, the city's divine patron, right? That's the ziggurat. that I did at the top. All right? Now, Smart History notes that the ziggurat of was built around 2100 BCE under Namu, the third dynasty of Fanana. We broke that down in our ziggurat lesson long time ago, right? A Collège de France lecture page identifies Eskenugal as Ur's most important sanctuary dedicated to the moon god Nana/Sin and glosses its ceremonial name as Temple Shining like Alabaster. Haran, Sin's other great center. Haran was another major cult place for Sin, the moon god. That's crazy for Sin, with a temple called Ahulhul. 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 I'm sorry, I'm just being stupid. Ahulhul, often highlighted later in history. All right? Haran was another major cult place for Sin. She said, bless you, multiple historical discussions of King Nabonidus emphasize his unusual devotion to Sin of Haran. See, this is all through history and ancient texts. Sin of Haran, and describe him rebuilding and promoting Sin's temple there. This is King Nabonidus. All right? Nabonidus. All right? He built and promoted Sin's temple. All right, in Haran. Now, the cylinders of Nabonidus, inscriptions describing his building works, explicitly speak of rebuilding Ahilele. Ahilele. I'm sorry, this is just too much fun for me with that. I'm in Fulio mode. Y'all just have patience with me tonight, all right? Explicitly, cylinders of Nabonidus explicitly speak of rebuilding Ahilele, the temple of Sin. That's the temple of Sin, Hulu, and even mentions bringing Sin and Nengal in procession and installing them into the temple. An academic paper on Nabonidus brick inscription discusses Nabonidus' rebuilding of Ahilele at Haran in inscription detail. I cannot not do that when I see it. I'm trying. All right, we're gonna get away from Ahilele in a second, Pensilola. All right, so this is history. All right, everything we do, you just go look it up. That's why I'm putting it on the screen. Before I used to just speak it, but now y'all are visual learners, so now Most High instruct me put my research on the screen and everything so y'all can look it up, find it, everything, all of it, right? Now, Britannica ties the god strongly to lunar phases, full moon, crescent moon, through the names and the traditions. In Mesopotamian visual language, the crescent is the moon god's most recognizable marker on boundary stones called kurduru and reliefs. The moon symbol often appears with other astral deities, gods, commonly alongside Sun and Venus symbols in later traditions. All right? Museum collections preserve cylinder seals from the broader Akkadian world that help scholars study divine imagery and symbols, including horned headdresses for gods. Everybody, y'all gonna find out. Guess what the symbol for the moon god is? Can anybody guess? Ding, 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 ding. I'm trying to make the sign for Jeopardy. I mean, the sign for that. I wish I had that sign. Can y'all take a wild guess? What is the symbol for the moon god? Would it happen to be a bull? Would it happen to be horns? Nope, not a cross, not a circle. Horns. Horns. A bull. It never fails, right? It never fails. All right. So the release with astral deities alongside Sun and Venus symbols in later tradition. Museum collections preserve cylinder seals from the broader Akkadian world that help scholars study divine imagery and symbols, including horn headdresses for gods. The cosmic order in time. As the moon, Nana, Slint/Sin naturally connects to night, months and calendrical rhythm, the lunar month was fundamental to Mesopotamian timekeeping. Britannica specifically links Nana to cattle herds and the marshland economy in southern Mesopotamia. Ur's great temple complex and state sponsorship, Namul Ziggurat program, we broke that down in fullness on one of our lessons. Ur's great temple complex and state sponsorship show how the moon god's cult was woven into kingship and public life. Nabonidus' rebuilding and promotion of Sin at Haran, the moon god, is a classic example of a king pushing a god deity status for religious political ends. A summary of the Sumerian tale describes Nana traveling to Nippur to visit his parents. Now, this is where they make these mythological stories of their gods, right? So this is the Suma, ancient Sumerian tale of the moon god Nana. It's traveling to Nippur to visit his parents, Enlil and Ninlil, or Enki, or Enlil, and right? These are Lil Nanas. We get your Lil Nas X, or Lil Wayne, and Lil. So you get all your Lils, right? All right. So the Sumerian tale is the moon god Nana traveling to Nippur to visit his parents Enlil and Ninlil, bringing gifts. Framing Nana as a deity who honors divine order and seeks blessing from the head of the pantheon. The Penn Museum highlights Enheduanna, circa 2300 BC, as a high priestess associated with the moon god's temple world and as the earliest named author in world literature. A long-form discussion of Enheduanna describes her appointment as high priestess at the temple of the moon god Sin in tying devotion, literature, politics together in the Akkadian imperial context. Right? I got all my sources there. The celestial clock, lunar rituals, worship, and cycles in ancient civilizations by me, Uncle Yahya Shah. The moon, with its predictable yet mysterious cycle of waxing and waning, has served as humanity's first clock, calendar, and spiritual guide across millennia and continents. Ancient cultures developed intricate lunar rituals that integrated the celestial rhythm into their social, agricultural, and religious lives. These practices, ranging from full moon celebrations and ritual chanting to the precise marking of lunar cycles, reveal a profound and universal reverence for the night sky's most luminous body, the moon. This lecture tonight, this study, will provide a comprehensive breakdown of these ancient traditions, highlighting the common threads and unique expressions of moon worship in various civilizations. The moon as a calendar. The practical necessity of timekeeping often intertwined with spiritual belief, establishing the moon as a fundamental marker of the cosmic order. The civilizations of ancient Mesopotamia were pioneers in lunar moon timekeeping. The Sumerians are credited with developing one of the earliest calendars based entirely on the recurrence of lunar phases. Their month began with the first visible sliver of the new moon. Everybody listen. The ancient Sumer. Their month began with the first visible sliver of the new moon. The primary lunar deity was Nana, Sumerian, or Sin, Akkadian, later Babylonian. A male god whose waxing and waning symbolized the cycles of birth, death, and rebirth. Rituals, so it started off as a male. Rituals were highly structured around the lunar cycle. The 3 days of the dark moon, when the moon was visible, they were considered as omnius interregnum. All right, 3 days of the dark moon, necessitating strict taboos against beginning any new or creative period. So the 3 days of the dark moon, when the moon was dark and visible, it was taboo for them to do anything creative or new, such as planting any crops, growing any food, or even having sexual intercourse. This is the ancient Sumerian, later Akkadian, later Babylonian culture of serving the god Sin, the moon god, and Nana. Now, they wouldn't plant no crops, and they would have no sex, right? Lunar eclipses were viewed as a direct assault on their god, often interpreted as a battle between the moon and a monster. To aid their god, the people would engage in ritual activities, including making loud noises to scare off the celestial assailant. That sounds like New Year's Eve to me, with all the making loud noises and banging pots and screaming and popping fire stuff, right? Now, when they have a lunar eclipse, ancient Celtic traditions. So I went to the Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians. Now we're going to the Celts. The ancient Celts, particularly the Gauls, also relied on the sophisticated lunar calendar, the calendar called the Caligini. The Caligini calendar, 2nd century CE, a bronze plaque discovered in France, is the most important evidence of this system. It is a lunisolar calendar that precisely tracks a 5-year cycle of 12 lunar months with an intercalary month added every 2.5 years to align it with the solar year. All right? So they have a 5-year cycle, shout out to Rohan, of 12 lunar months with an intercalary month added every 2.5 years to align with the solar year. This calendar itself, let me get through this and then we're going to get to the videos, the visuals, y'all going to enjoy it. This calendar itself, let me get to the text breakdown, so that when y'all see the visuals, y'all got the full understanding of all the cultures behind what I'm going to show in the visuals. The calendar, what is called Caligini calendar, the calendar itself suggests ritual significance. The month's Cantlos is interpreted as the month of chanting. This indicates a specific period dedicated to ritual songs. Furthermore, the Roman author Pliny the Elder, he recorded a famous Druidic ritual. And this is the ritual. This is what Pliny, the Roman author, recorded. And it says, I quote, the mistletoe, Christmas anyone? We doing Celtic, Druidic, moon god rituals, and they say mistletoe. See? The mistletoe, however, this is the Roman author Pliny recorded a famous Druidic ritual. And I quote, the mistletoe, however, is but rarely found upon the oak, and when found is gathered with rites replete with religious awe. This is done more particularly on the 6th day of the moon, the day which is the beginning of their months and years. The oak, that's the oak with the Christmas, the oak god. I forgot what they say. They burn the oak or something. I forgot what it is. Right. This practice underscores the moon's role not just as a timekeeper, but as a sacred arbiter of the year's beginning. Full moon celebrations, chanting, and healing in India. Thank you, the Yule log. Thank you, guys. Yes, that's what I was looking for, the Yule log. Full moon celebrations, chanting, and healing in India and Africa. The full moon, a time of peak luminosity, was universally recognized as a period of heightened spiritual power, inspiring rituals focused on cleansing, healing, and manifestation. Ancient India, Hinduism. We just went and broke down Indo-European, and the Aryans brought this Hinduism stuff, right? It's crazy what how all this stuff be tying together. In Hinduism, the full moon day, known as Purnima, is considered highly auspicious. It is a time for intense spiritual practice, and it is believed that any good action performed on this day, on the full moon, yields multiple results. The central ritualistic element is chanting. The devotees engage in the recitation of mantras, such as the Om Namo Bhagavate and the Vasudevaya. I know I'm saying that horrible, but I'm trying. The Vasudevaya, or the Mahamrityayaja. Thank you, Sincere. You're very welcome. And it's going to get better with the visuals that's going to come in a second. I'm just doing the textual breakdown first, right? Sorry, I'm glad I got it on the screen so y'all can see, like, dag, you tried, right? Mahama Murtra Yaya mantra, right? So the central ritualistic element is chanting. Devotees engage in reciting these mantras, that one, and this one. And these meant to stabilize the erratic lunar energies and to seek blessings, they chant these mantras. All right? Other practices include offering water to Shivling and engaging in deep meditation. So the Sumerians also, the Akkadians put out water. No, that was the Incas or the Mayans, one of them two. I think it was the Mayans put out water. So does the Hindus culture, right? They put out water, offering water to Shivling and engaging in deep meditation, all aimed at harnessing the moon's potent energy for personal growth and spiritual alignment. Ancient Africa traditions, the San people and the Yoruba. In Southern Africa, the San people, the Bushmen, they integrated the full moon into their most vital communal ritual. It's called the trance dance. Everybody, Baharamba, right? Yeah, they chant Baharamba, right? So in Africa, in San, they got the trance dance, right? Let me say that dong, 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 dong. I like it when it go. I don't know why the thong song came in my head. Because that's a trend. They ain't nothing but ultra porn. They ain't nothing but witchcraft. Right? The thong song came my they over there in the sand people that thong, dong, dong, dong. When we go. They do the trance dance. Or they call it the great dance. This is a circular dance and it involves men dancing rhythmically while women clap and sing. All right? The sand people, right? The dance is a powerful healing ritual designed to help shamans. Those are pharmakeia sorcerers, right? Shamans who heal shamans. The dance is a powerful healing ritual designed to help shamans enter a trance-like state and access to the spiritual world. It's a portal and heal the community. The full moon often serves as the backdrop and spiritual catalyst for this profound all-night ceremony, the trance dance. Similarly, it's hard for me to say, similarly, that's a hard one. Similarly, Donna Briggs. Yeah. I'm sorry. I can't be stupid tonight, y'all. Allow y'all stop it. You know me to pop up every now and then. Donna Briggs. That's what they doing. They ain't doing nothing but Donna Briggs. This ain't nothing but Ultra Power. But anyway, let me stay focused. All right. Similarly, I don't know if that's how you say it, right? Similarly, I don't know how to say that word. The Yoruba people of West Africa align their spiritual practices and festivals with the lunar phases. For those who want to know what we laughing at when we say Donna Briggs, you got to watch the last live stream. They shadow banned the mess out of that. It only got like 500 views right now, right? They shadow banned the mess out of that. But it's a great lesson, and you'll get introduced to Donna Briggs. Right? That's the black girl who became white. This girl crazy. That girl, she is whiter than the whitest white I ever seen in my white life. I mean, in the white life. Right? She is the whitest white girl. I'm like, she whiter than white people. I'm like, and then she changed her voice. And Donna Briggs. Sorry, everybody. Those who don't know, I'm trying to get y'all in on the joke. Right? You got to watch the last live. Right? All right. And then you'll be caught up on the joke. All right. So, Similarly, the Yoruba people of West Africa align their spiritual practices and festivals with the lunar moon phases. The moon that they call a super is viewed as a gentle, nurturing leader, and rituals involve specific chants and prayers to align with this energy for peace and community well-being. Lunar deities and ritual performance in the Americas and the Mediterranean. The moon was often personified as a powerful deity whose myths were reenacted and honored through elaborate ceremonies involving music, dance, and specific offerings. We broke down the Mayans. Dagger that word. I'll tell y'all, I'll show y'all. It's I don't know if that's a IX, a LX chell. Is that 550 chell or so? I don't know how to say it. I don't speak Mayan. But the Maya revered the goddess, whatever that is, chell, of moon. This is the goddess of the moon, medicine, and childbirth. Her worship involves significant communal effort, including pilgrimages to the sacred sites like Cozumel. The Mayan ceremonies were highly performative, featuring dancing, singing, and offerings of flowers and food. I always have a hard time. Particularly fascinating full moon ritual involved divination. During full moons, the Mayans put bowls of water were placed outside to catch her reflection, a ritual believed to reveal omens or guide their decisions. This practice highlights the moon's role as a mirror for prophecy and guidance. The ancient Aztecs, we broke that down. Now y'all got to see the word I couldn't say. The Aztec pantheon included several moon goddesses, notably Netzli, the moon goddess, and Koyo the moon goddess warrior. Full moon and eclipse celebrations were marked by moon festivals featuring music, dance, and offerings of food and flowers. Devotees would present sacred offerings to Metzli, such as silver. They would give him her moon-shaped amulets, and they would give her feathers from the owl, an owl, O-W-L, while they would recite prayers and incantations for fertility and protection. The Aztec calendar system itself was a dual structure. The Aztec calendar system combined a 365-day solar cycle called Yushupahualali with a 260-day ritualistic cycle called Tonal Pahawahuali, demonstrating the moon's pervasive influence on their ritual life. So they had a dual structure, solar, 365 days, and a ritual cycle, 260 days. In the ancient Hellenes, voila, the Greeks. In ancient Greece, Hellenes, the moon was personified by the goddess Selene, who was later syncretized with the goddesses Artemis and Hecate. While Selene's cult was less widespread than her brother Helios, specific lunar rituals existed. The Pandia was an Athenian festival likely celebrated on the full moon dedicated to Selene or her daughter. Rituals included wineless offerings, Nephalia, that just hits all wrong, right? Nephilim I get. I also get the other one where they smash the dead. What's that called when they smash the dead, right? Rituals include wineless offerings. The practice of chanting is confirmed by the existence of specific religious texts. There was a Homeric hymn to Selena and the Orphic. Necrophilia, that's the word I was looking for. Hymn to Selena were recited, the latter addressing her, Selena, as a bull-horned moon and torch bearing. Everybody. A goddess with a torch, with the horned crown, whatever on her head. Sounds like the Statue of Liberty and the bullhorn Baphomet. The moon was also heavily associated with magic and folklore, particularly in relation to women's health, with a belief that the full moon facilitated easier childbirth. All right? Now, the following table summarizes the key ritualistic elements across the ancient cultures. I made this table for y'all, but we'll do it another time. I'm gonna get to the videos, right? All right, because it's I made it. It's too, when I zoomed in, it's too big now. Let me zoom out of it. Oh, I didn't make it. Let me do. Right. So let me do it. Control A. Let me zoom out of it so y'all can see the table better. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now y'all can see the table better. Right? So this is the table. It still looks kind of crazy because it's still too big. Let me bring it down a notch. Bring it down one more notch. All right. So this was the table. It was better when I make it smaller, right? It says the culture, the primary lunar cycle, full moon rituals, chanting, singing. And then it goes to Mesopotamia, their god Nana, and the Sin, male god. First lunar calendar, eclipse, loud noises, scare of monster, rituals, noise, chanting, eclipse. Then you got the ancient Egypt. Their moon god is Khonsu and Thoth. Here go Billy Carson, and they Thoth. All right? The what's the names? All right, I made it a little small so we can, there it go. So you got the ancient Kemet, they got Khonsu and Thoth, lunar cycles for floods and kingship, full moon celebrations and offerings, deep priestly chanting, and slow ritual vocal tones. Then you had ancient Helens, Greece, Selena, Artemis, Pandia, festival of full moon, wineless offers, Nephalia, recitation of Homeric chanting. Then you got Mayans, their god, Luna, ancient Aztecs, ancient India, Purnima, full moon, ancient Celtic, Caligony, full moon. They got their mistletoe, harvest on the 6th day of the moon, chanting. Ancient Japan, Tsukuyomi, lunar calendar for festivals, Tsukimi, moon viewing, offerings, poetry, traditional music, and dance. Then you got the San people from Africa, trance dance for healing. All right, now, there are all my references. All right, now let's get started. Let's get to the visuals. Now that I broke that down, now y'all get to all visuals. Now y'all ain't got to worry about no white screens. You're going to get some beautiful visuals as y'all get this teaching. So now let's get back to this breakdown. Stop share, right? Share screen. From here on out, it's good visuals for y'all. Got some good visuals. All right, let's continue. Let's let this brother break down the ancient
Mesopotamia was one of the earliest and most important aspects. The worship of the moon in ancient Mesopotamia was one of the earliest and most important aspects of Mesopotamian religion. Known as Nana in Sumerian and Sin in Akkadian, the moon god was worshipped across different Mesopotamian cultures, from the Sumerians to the Babylonians and Assyrians. This devotion reflects the moon's vital role in these societies, which relied on its cycles to track time and guide agricultural activities. The night was viewed as a mysterious and powerful force, with the moon offering light and guidance within its darkness. Consequently, the moon god was seen as a protector and source of wisdom, embodying qualities such as order, foresight, and guidance. Worshipping the moon god allowed people to connect with cosmic rhythms.
He way too slow. I can do this. All right, so I'm not about to do them. He way too slow. So look at Inanna, Ishtar, right? Enlil, Ninlil. These are the moon gods, right? Nana, Sin. Supposed to be the daughter of Enlil. Utu is Shamash. So Acadia, Ugarit, Suma, okay? Inanna, Ishtar, that's Easter. That's Asherah, Astarte, all that, right? Let's do, hold on, because he's joking too slow. This is a great image of the Zuggurat.
Main temple of Nana was the Ziggurat of Ur, located in the city of Ur. This ziggurat served as both a center of worship and an observatory, where priests and astronomers studied the moon's phases. By observing the moon, ancient Mesopotamians developed a natural calendar, essential for agricultural planning, allowing them to predict.
And what's the name? Nimrod built his Tower of Babel on top. It's continually building on top of these ziggurats. Built up. And they continue to build up the Tower
seasonal changes and organize.
All right, hold on, because I'm going to get to me and the breakdown. What's this one? Prayer to the moon god Sin.
The following prayer dates back to the 6th century BC. It was written by Shamash Shmokin, the king of Babylon, from 667 to 648 BCE. The king praises Sin's power to bring life.
I'm going to come back to him. He talking too slow for me. Bro, you give me snooze fast. All right, let me do this one. Do this one really quick. Share this tab instead. Snooze fast.
Sin, also known as Nana in Sumerian, was indeed the ancient Mesopotamian god of the moon. Sin was a significant deity in Mesopotamian mythology and religion, particularly in Sumerian and Akkadian cultures. Sin was often depicted as a bearded man wearing a headdress with a crescent moon on it, which represented his association with the moon. He was considered one of the more prominent gods in the Mesopotamian pantheon and was revered as a god of great importance. The moon was seen as a celestial body with a cyclical nature, and Sin was believed to govern the moon's phases. In Mesopotamian religious practices, Sin held a role in divination, as lunar phases and celestial events were used to interpret omens. Temples dedicated to Sin existed in various Mesopotamian cities, including Ur and Haran, where priests would conduct rituals and observations of the moon. In Mesopotamian mythology, Sin was often depicted as the son of Enlil, the god of the air, and Ninlil, the goddess of the wind. He was also considered the father of the sun god, Utu, Shamash, and the goddess of love and fertility, Inanna, Ishtar. In Mesopotamian mythology, it was believed that Sin embarked on a nightly journey across the sky. This journey was often described as a boat voyage in a celestial boat, symbolizing the moon's movement across the night sky. The phases of the moon were closely observed and held great significance in Mesopotamian divination and astrology. Different lunar phases were believed to be associated with various omens and could influence events on Earth. Priests and astrologers would carefully monitor the moon's cycles for prophetic purposes. The city of Ur in ancient Sumer was particularly associated with the worship of Sin. The ziggurat of Ur, a massive step temple tower, was dedicated to the moon god and served as a center of lunar worship. Like many gods in Mesopotamian mythology, Sin appeared in various myths and stories. Some of these myths involved his family relations and interactions with other gods. One well-known story involves the theft of the Tablets of Destiny, a significant divine artifact which Sin played a role in recovering. The worship of Sin extended beyond Mesopotamia.
It's crazy that this is constantly called the worship of Sin. That just hits all different. That this is just continually they worship in Sin.
In later periods, as various civilizations rose and fell in the region, the worship of the moon god persisted and sometimes evolved. For example, Sin was also worshipped in the city of Haran during the Hellenistic and Roman periods. Sin is typically depicted as an older, bearded god with a crescent moon on his head. In art and inscriptions, he is often shown holding a staff or a scepter and wearing a horned headdress with the moon symbol. The worship of Sin, the god of the moon, was an integral part of the religious and cultural landscape of ancient Mesopotamia, and he held a central place in the pantheon of gods in this region. Like, comment, and subscribe.
Now,
Divine.
let me do this. Share this tab instead. Share. This is the Greek god Selene, right? Selene is the goddess and personification of the moon, also known as many. All right. Now, traditionally, the daughter of Titans, Hyperion Thea, and sister of the sun god Helios, Dawn, whatever, right? She drives her moon chariot across the heavens. Several lovers are attributed to her in various myths, including Zeus, Pan, her brother Helios, all that. We ain't about to go through this, but look down here, right? Selene, abode in the sky. The animals connected to the moon god. The horse, the bull, the mule. Symbol, the crescent moon. Parents, Hyperion Thea. Siblings, Helios, Eos. Consort, she got children, 50 daughters. So, this moon goddess, Selene, supposed to have 50 daughters. Narcissus is a hunter from Thespes, known for his beauty, which was noticed by all according to the best-known version of the story. He rejected the advances of all women who wanted to approach him. Instead, he fell in love with his own image in the mirror. Right? I clicked it, but it's crazy stuff. Now, that's Hora, where they get the word hour. In Greek mythology, Horai, or hours, were the goddesses of the seasons and the natural portions of time. So these Horai would actually follow people around. Look, let me show you. Horai, or hours, seasons, were the goddesses of the seasons. This is Dionysus leads the Horai. He carries his tharis at the middle. Hora holds ears of wheat. So there would be these women who were supposed to be the followers of the seasons and the time. Look, a detail of Horai, Serenine by Edward, right? So it's these women. So it's interesting because these gods got these names, right? And these, so Hora, hour, the hour, when we speak of hour, that's another god, right? So everything that they got to speak in marble reliefs of two female figures who may be Hora. So hours, these are a fallen angel worship. Look, an allegory of peace and happiness of the state depicted up Dyke. I know, it's crazy work. Dyke is her Roman equivalent with Lustia. Lustitia, where we get lust. This stuff is crazy. These Helens are nuts, bro. And we speak all this stuff in our English tongue, which makes it so crazy, right? Lady Justice is an allegorical personification of the moral force in judicial systems. Her attributes are scales or sword. So Lady Justice is Lustia, all right? This lady, and Dyke, Dyke, or Dyke, it's sometimes also called Dykesion, whatever, is the goddess of justice and the spirit of moral order and fair judgment and transcendent universal ideal based on the immoral custom. It's crazy work. All right. So anyway, I'm like, these names, everything comes from these names. Eunomia. Eunomia is a minor but important goddess of law and legislation. Right? So look at this image of peace, an allegory of the peace and happiness of the state depicted as Dyke, justice, Eunomia, order, and in the center, Irene is peace. These Helens are nasty, bro. Everything is like, look what they doing. Look, and then they got little ones naked, and just everything they do is so perverted, bro. That's why it's a cursed language that we speak. This English language of bastardized spells and curses, bro. It's like everything they do is debauchery. These are hours. So the hours on the clock the hours that we, right? So as we talk about the hours of the clock, the hours of the day, we're literally calling on these these fallen angel, these Helens gods and goddesses, right? Apollo with the hours. So that's Apollo with the hours. These women, deities. The detail of the hours, aura, our aura. All right? Now, I want to show y'all that. Then I want to show y'all this. And then we're going to get to me and Yasharalah's crazy breakdown. All right? Now, so hold on. Let me go back one. I did aura, hour, right? Look what another god is. Another Greek god is the word men. You can't make this up. Men was a lunar god worshipped in the western interior parts of Hittite, Anatolia. He is attested in various localized variants such as Men, Askenos, and Antioch, and Sedia, and Men, Pharmacia, Adameria, and Pontus. So men, every word that we speak, Luna, in ancient Roman religion and mythology, Luna is the divine embodiment of the moon. She is often presented as a female complement of the sun, Sol Invictus, Sunday worship, conceived of as a god. Luna is also sometimes represented as the aspect of the Roman triple goddess, along with Diana and Prosperina and Hecate. Again, Luna. So it's like everything that we speak in this language, museus, right? Museum, Pandia, all these, I'm like, man, every time I find something, it's more and more, right? It's more and more fallen angel and all in this English tongue, all right? Sin, all right, and I did Celine. All right, now, let me break down. Let's get to the funky. It's 11 o'clock. Let's get to what's the title? The Path of the Sorcerer. Do we follow the moon or the sun? All right, let's go. Yasharallah, we're going in now.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Hakyama.
We have a few donations.
Oh, well, thank you. I didn't know that. Who is it from?
These, both of them are from Pincy Lila Yah Bless.
Oh, thank you, Pensilola Yah Bless. I humbly receive, daughter of Yah. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Thank you, daughter of Yah. All right, here we go. So let me do this one first. So let me stop share, right? And then I'm going to break down what me and Yasharallah, daughter of Yah, put together a mighty work, and I went in for us to knock this out the park. All right, so how I'm going to do this? I'm going to do this one first. Let me click it, right? And then I'm going to come to y'all, right? Probably not going to be able to see the chat because I'm going to leave it big on the screen. All right, so I'm going to come to y'all, bang. I'm going to go share screen, bang. And then I think it's a window. Yep, there it go. Bang, share. So, are we to follow the sun or the moon? All right. Hakyama, is this full screen on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, I can't see nothing but this because if I make it...
Well, I can see like the top.
No, it's all right. It's
okay. Yeah.
Because if I make it small, let me see. Yeah, that's good. That's perfect. Oh, I could make it. Good. Now I can see the chat. Oh, that's even better. Sugar. All right. So I put this together. The revelation of lost order. Uncovering the divine calendar of remembrance. I put this together with me and Yasharalah's understanding and notes. All right, let's go. Have we lost the rhythm of creation? The path of the sorcerer. Do we follow the moon or the sun? Our calendars shift our holy days drift. Is this the intended design? Man's time is a construct of constant adjustment. It's adjustment of leap years, of shifting dates, and inconsistent patterns. What if a perfect, divinely authored system was established from the beginning from the Most High? A calendar of perfect symmetry or harmony, year after year. What if, The ancient testimony. The blueprint in scriptures, the path to this order is found not in modern astronomy, but in the ancient texts. The primary witness of the text is the book of Jubilees. The primary witness is the first book of Enoch, the book of the Luminaries, chapters 72 to 82, corroborated by the Dead Sea Scrolls. After I break down my visual slideshow, then I'm going to put up Yashara Lai's breakdown, and we're going to nail it. Y'all going to see what she wrote, and we're going to knock this out the park. You'll have a full understanding of the celestial bodies, what we are to follow, and all of this. I just broke down the moon worship first. All right? Now, these texts describe a sacred calendar, perfect in its structure and divine in its origin. So we're going to open up the book of Jubilees, the first book of Enoch as well. All right? And these are corroborated by the Dead Sea Scrolls. All right, let's continue. A crucial retranslation. The common translation, Yashara Lai broke down, is they translate this as new moons. All right? Let me do it this way. I'm going to break her down while I'm breaking this. I'm going to do a double whammy. All right? Now, Yashara Lai said, what are these new moon observances and celebrations? She said, it's like you said, we have to have an understanding of the original Habariya tongue, the original pictograph, what you call Hebrew. Not the Paleo, not the Yiddish, not the Masoretic, not the Canaanite Hebrew, but the original Habariya. We have to have an understanding to understand the Safariyah manuscript. We have to understand the original Habariya to understand certain words that gets transliterated and translated into English are not correct. She wrote Isaiah 66 and 23, and it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath, Shabbat, to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith the Most High Yah. But y'all hear what that said? It says worship before me, not worship the moon. Psalms 81 and 3, she wrote, blow up the trumpet, the shofar, in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. That's blow the shofar in the new moon at this appointed time to let us know the feast day is here. She wrote Book of Amos 8 and 5, saying, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn, and the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat, making the ephah small and the shekel great, and falsifying the balances by deceit. She said, the new moon actually is better translated as intercalary days. All right, we're going there. All right, we're going there. Now, that Isaiah was Isaiah 66 and 23. I think Hakyama put it on the screen. Now, let me make this smaller because I'm going to try to do them both at the same time. I won't probably be able to see the chat for a second because I want to rock back and forth from my presentation from Yashara Lai's word. All right? So, she says, a common translation of new moons is where Hebrews, Christians, Bible people, followers mistranslate. I'm going to show y'all after this part another video of the Hebrews following the moon and the Ashkenazi convertites, moon worshippers, where they get this synagogue stuff from. Now y'all know who the god Sin is. All right? We going there somewhere. All right? Now, so the common translation is new moons, but it's supposed to say the beginning of months, the beginning of seasons. Yesharallah says, the new moon actually is better translated as intercalary days, takafayaz, new beginning of months and seasons. She says, this is the 4 days prior to the new head of each new season, including the spring, New Year's, which is actually the new year. She says, there's 4 of them before each of the 4 seasons. Everybody listen. 4 intercalary days, new beginnings of the months. It's supposed to be the beginning of the months, the beginning of seasons, not just new moons. She says, see Enoch 75, 1 and 2. This is not about the lunar cycle, but about the 4 great turning points of the year. These are takafayahs, okay? Takafayahs. Takafayahs is new beginning of months, seasons. That's what Enoch is talking about right here. Everybody, you're going to have the full understanding of this tonight. Now, let's continue. Hold on, I got to click it. The divine mechanism. The structure of perfection. For 30 days, Yesharallah wrote this and I put it together. Presentation. Me and daughter of Yah, we at it again. We working together again. Knock this on home. The structure of perfection. This is Yah's order. 30 days plus 30 days plus 30 days plus 1 intercalary day equals 91 days. 91 days equals 1 season. That equals 13 weeks. 91 days times the 4 seasons equal 364 days. That's the days of the year, according to the Safari Yah Bible. Not 365, that's Sumerian. That's Mayan. 91 days times 4 seasons equal 364 days. 13 weeks times 4 seasons equal 52 weeks. A perfect indivisible year. 52 perfect weeks every time. Every year, every time. It doesn't change. It's a structure of perfection. 30 days plus 30 days plus 30 days plus 1 intercalary day equal 91 days. All right, we going somewhere, Dalal Shah. The 4 pillars, the days of remembrance. These are not ordinary days. They are 4 intercalary days, also known as days of remembrance or memorials. I'm talking to somebody that know their Bible. Come on, Savaya, my Bible scholars. These are days of remembrance or memorial, 4 intercalary days. They go back to the days of Noah, according to the book of Jubilees, Yabalayas. That's the book of the time records, recorded times. All right. The day after the 3rd month, the day after the 6th month, the day after the 9th month, the day after the 12th month, 4 intercalary days. All right. There's 4 of them before each of the 4 seasons. She says, this is better, new moon is better translated as intercalary days, takafayas, new beginnings of months and seasons. The 4 days prior to the new head of each season, including New Year's, which is coming. Okay, now, she says, when we see new moon in our scriptures, it's more likely that it should have actually been translated as new month instead of new moon. Everybody, they don't understand our original Habarayah tongue. So the translators of these Hellenist Greek, and they transliterate it into Greek and Latin and stuff, and in the English tongue, these transliterations got errors. But you need to understand our culture, the Habarayah, the euphemism, the linguistics. See, you have to understand and study yourself a pool. People take things on face value and they don't even understand the tongue. They following all these other iterations of Canaanite Hebrew. You can't even do it with Yiddish. You can't do it with Masoret. You can't do it with Amorite Hebrew, Babylonian, Canaanite, Shemitic group of languages or tongues, and Paleo. You got to have Habarayah. Everybody. So when you see the new moon in the scriptures, it should be translated as new month instead of new moon. She said this sleight of hand, whether it was intentionally done or unintentional, makes a big difference. And that new month is really better understood as the beginning of months or the beginning of seasons. There's 4 of these days each year, verse 12 months every year. The words supposedly become commonly interchangeable because the Pharisees, they supported the lunar moon-only calendar. We're going to go there later, But the Most High Yah wrote in the book of Yabalayahs, Jubilees, chapter 6, that following the moon only is incorrect and will reduce the Most High's year by 10 days. This was one of the disputes between different Levite priests, between the Pharisees, 354-day calendar, and the Zadokite priesthood, the sons of Zadok, the only righteous priesthood that got it right. They have a 364-day calendar, which we follow. Biblically, 360 days plus the 4 intercalary days, known as days of remembrance or memorials. The intercalary days is the very important key that is missing, children of the Most High. You're getting understanding. I'm sorry I can't see the chat right now. Maybe I could try to move it over and stuff.
We have a donation from Yana Kwan.
Thank you, Johanna Kwam. I humbly receive, young king. May you receive the fruit that the Most High is teaching us tonight, the understanding of the following of the moon and the sun and the misconception and the transliteration of our scriptures when they don't even understand our Habarayah. They can't transcribe our scriptures and all words don't transliterate over correctly. You don't know our tongue and our culture. You hear? Everybody listen clearly. Y'all got a full understanding, Habarayah, a full understanding of the scripture, of what it says. Now, the Zadokite priesthood, the priests of Zadok, they're the only priesthood that the Most High said got it right, holy. That's it. So the house of Yah, we follow the Zadokite. I don't follow nobody. We ain't follow no Ashkenazi convertites. We ain't follow no Babylonian Tammuz. We ain't follow no Hebrew, whatever Israelites. We ain't following no Star, Remphan, and Moloch. We ain't following no Sumer, Acadia. We ain't following Aztec. We following the Zadokites, Zadoks, children of Zadok, because the Most High said they are the only priesthood that got it right. And their calendar is 360 days plus 4 intercalary days. All right. Everybody listen. The 4 intercalary days are not included in the prophetic counts. She said, for example, the flood waters, rain, lasted 5 months. That would be 150 days, 5 times 30, because the intercalary day wouldn't be included in that count. See, the confusion is mostly due to the close spelling of a few of the Hebrew words. See, she said, as you teach, there were no vowels in the original Habarayah, only the ah sound. So supposedly the Hebrew word yerak, which means month, but has at times been translated as moon in the scriptures. It actually means month. However, the Hebrew word for moon is actually yarak and not yerak, like they say Yeshua, Yerak, we going there. As well as the confusion between the Hebrew words for new and renewal, which is Kaidash, and Kodesh. In the Hebrews, these words are very close, but because of the absence of vowels, keeping in mind there's no E-I-O-U in the original Picto tongue. Now, we're going there. The Pharisees had a 13-month lunar calendar, and it has historically and currently been accepted as the accurate Hebrew calendar. And we often see the translation of new moon instead of new month in the English tongue. Moon and month are two separate words and should never be interchangeable. Come on, Yeshara. All right, let's continue. I'm going back and forth with my sister. Everybody, the 4 pillars of the intercalary day. Next slide. Yah's sacred calendar. 364 days, 52 weeks, perfect. The feast days fall on the same date every year, according to Yah's calendar. The feasts fall on the same day of the week every year. A rhythm of perfect divine consistency. Everybody listen. This is Yah's law and order. It is perfect. It doesn't change. Every year they fall on the same date. All right? They fall on the same day of the week. But man's calendar has 365.25 days, imperfect. And man's calendar requires adjusting. You need to get a wrench out. Yesharallah, they need a wrench and a screwdriver. They got to adjust man's calendar. So man's calendar, their holidays are inconsistent in their time. For example, Christ's Mass is always December 25th, but the day of the week changes every year. Okay? Not consistent. Another example, Thanksgiving is always on a Thursday, but the date changes every year. Inconsistent, imperfect. It's a system of compromise and drifting. But Yah's feast days fall on the same date every year, same day of the week every year, consistent. 364, 52 weeks, perfection. Yah's calendar versus man's calendar. Let's go, Yesharallah. The Most High's calendar is so perfect every year, year after year. Each day, including holy days and feast days, fall on the same date of the year and the same day of the week every single year. We going somewhere. The sacred implication. All right, let me go to my next slide. I'm doing it, Yesharallah. Praise Yah for this work in order. The celestial code. I should have put, I'm gonna change this later and put by Uncle Yahya and Yesharallah. My fault, sister. I was tired putting us all together. I should have put, because I got my sister's notes and put this together. Sister did her diligence. The celestial code, recalibrating biblical time by Yesharallah and Uncle Yahya, the children of the Most High Yah. Let's go learn, children of Yah, the truth. The foundation of our inquiry. We are led not by the doctrines of man, but by the Rayak Hayakadash, the Holy Spirit. The Spirit is our ultimate authority. Let's go, Yesharallah. We are not, everybody listen, we're not led by the doctrines of men, but by the Rayak Hayakadash. The Holy Spirit will lead us into all understandings. The Rayak, the Spirit, is our ultimate authority. She said, however, we recognize that Yah can provide clarity through any instrument. What she means is when I teach and break down that the Most High can use anything to bring his truth through. any book, you can see the Most High in everything. You should. He's omnipotent, omniscient, and he will use anything and anyone as an instrument to bring his word through. Come on. She said, however, we recognize that Yah can provide clarity through any instrument. And for this reason, we will use analytical tools like the Strong's Concordance tonight. And I never use Strong's, but we can use any tools. I use Encyclopedia Britannica, the College of France, the College of France. I use the Wikipedia. I use everything. We use everything to bring the understanding because they want to have the scholarship, right? So everybody loves the Strong's. So we're going to show it in Strong's. Come on, you Sharala. Let's knock them on out the park. Shout out, Brother Jerry, Yala, Yacht, everybody in the house. All right? Learn. Come on now, y'all. We're going to teach some word tonight. Teach this word. Let's go. Now, however, we recognize that Yah can provide clarity through any instrument. And for this reason, we will use analytical tools like the Strong's Concordance to illuminate the linguistic truths embedded in the scriptures. So let's go, Yeshara. Let's use some Strong's. The question of the new moon. Conventional teachings equates the new moon with the first sliver of the physical lunar moon, which is used to mark the beginning of a month. But is this assumption built on the language of Scripture itself? No, it's not. I think not, Yesharala. Let's see, thus say our lesson. Question of the new moon. Conventional teaching equates the new moon with the first sliver of the physical lunar, which is marked by the beginning of the month. But is this the language of the Scripture? Let's open up Strong's. In Strong's, H232L Strong said, Kodesh. Everybody, this is not our language. This is Canaanite, Ugarit, Hebrew, Amorite, fallen angel. But praise Yah, he can also give us breadcrumbs through all these other nations who take and try to transliterate. That's how we come back to remembrance. But the Raya Hayakadash will bring all things. But Yah leaves breadcrumbs, right? I have never used Strong's. And that was because I wanted to. It's because he told me not to. 5, 6, 7 years ago, something. He told me I wanted to because everybody was Strong said. I wanted to be like Strong's. H234, she said. Right? This back 5, 6, 7 years ago in the awakening and faking it. I wanted to be like everybody else, right? I wanted the Sifa. He said, do not get that book. I was like, come on, everybody, the Sifa, everybody. Then I wanted Strong's, and I was just Strong's. I wanted to be like everybody. Strong said. Strong's H2344. Y'all said the Strong's, the devil's a lie. He said, I got some Strong for you. Sit your butt down. Yo, y'all had it in me. Boy, it was a mess with me. Shout out to Saudi Tate. Y'all was like, you ain't going to learn from nothing but me. Now, I didn't know this at the time what he was doing, till later. He said, I'm going to bring you all of it, through the Raya. Just me and you. You don't open not one. Only book you going to open is the KJV. Well, I didn't even open that. See, I know y'all going to, that sounds crazy, but I did it. It's sitting over there. It ain't been open since 2013. Everybody, my roommates would tell you, sitting right there. And that's when I wrote my songs. When I was coming out of prison to jail, he wrote it in my inward parts. You're not going to open the Safari, y'all. I'm going to write it in your inward parts. Everybody listen. Yeah, they floating Shabbats. They floating everything. They doing everything. Now, everybody, now it's okay if you went through Strong's, you went through Sifa. We all have different paths. This is just what the Most High took me. I was called to a different election. I was called to this path. And he said, nothing. There will be nothing. I know nothing of Strong. I don't even know I don't even know what it is, honestly. I never opened it. I just see people say H23 Strong. Yeah, I don't even know. Is it a book? Is it a Bible? I don't even know what it is. That's how crazy y'all think I'm like. I have no idea what it even is, right? I don't know if it's a book. I don't know if it's a online site. Is it a Bible? I don't even know what it's called. Whatever. So anyway, I just want y'all to understand. So now, And that's because he wanted to be him bringing me all understanding and not no other entity. So I didn't get ingested with the paleo, with the Canaan. I got a little paleo when we first come, because I was like Yahuwah and Yaoshua and, and Shalom and Loom and, all these A-Y-O-U's. But over time, as we come out, right? So it's easier to empty wine when you're not full of all this man's wine. All right. So anyway, Strong's definition from H2318, the new moon, by implication, a month. Outline of biblical uses: the new moon, monthly, the first day of the month, the lunar month. They call it in Strong's this Kodesh. KJV translation count. It's written 276 times. The month is written 254 times. The new moon is written 20 times. Monthly is written 1 time, and another is written 1 time. Thank you, Yesharallah, for those number count. All right? Kodesh. All right, so now where we're going is this. Let me go back. Conventional teaching, the question of the moon, equates the new moon with the first sliver of the physical lunar moon, which is used to mark the beginning of a month. But is this assumption built on the language of Scripture itself? Kodesh, we showing the linguistics and the etymology that these words don't translate. That's why we've gone wrong in Scripture. The foundational meaning is not lunar, but renewal. This lunar is actually a Greek god. It's a lunatic. It's going to make you a nut job, Larry. Following this. It's not lunatic, but renewal. That sounds about right. That sounds like my father right there. That sounds like y'all right there. I know my father when I hear my father, right? All that lunatic and all that woona, right? What was the other one I was saying? I forgot what I was saying. The foundational meaning is not lunar, but renewal. The primitive root of Kodesh is H2318, Kadash, a primitive root meaning to be new, or causatively meaning to rebuild, renew, repair. The total that's written in our manuscript 10 times. Renew is 7 times, repair 3 times. All right, let me go to her script because she breaks this down. I'm at the Kodesh part. Let me get her text because she breaks this crazy funky. She breaks this down. So let me scroll. Where's her? There it go. She says, the Hebrew word for moon is actually Yerik and not Yerek. Is actually something and not, all right, we'll get to it. As well as the confusion between the Hebrew words for new, renewal, meaning Kadash and Kodesh. In the Hebrew, these words are very close because of the absence of vowels. Now, the crazy part is I was going to put all of that on here, the real breakdown, what it should be, Hayadash, right? And so this is also where they get Kodesh. I know y'all say the Ruach HaKodesh, right? That's not Habariyah. That's Canaanite Hebrew with all those vowels. That's where they get, this is where these confusions come in at, because they'll have Kodesh and Kadash, right? Then they'll have words that'll say Kodesh. So they'll put a diacritic vowel mark, right, over, and Kadash would be pronounced Kordosh, right? Khawdawsh. I'm going to show y'all later when I show Yesharalah's text so y'all can see it on the screen. Kordosh, right? That's from Strong's H2318, right? Which means a new, fresh, or a new thing, right? Kordosh. Ain't no Habari I work on no Kordosh, all right? So this is Strong's definitions, right? And it's a total of 53 times in the KJV. And it translates H2319 in the following manner as new 48 times, new thing 4 times, fresh 1 time. Strong's thinking. Strong's definitions for Kadash or Kordash. So one is, okay, so they'll put vowel marks. Let me show y'all. I gotta bounce back and forth. Let me show y'all. Thank you, y'all, for instructing me. Let me bounce back and forth. So where is, make this full screen so I can get to Yeshara Laz. There we go. All right, now I'm gonna show y'all. Now let me come back. I can make it not full screen. There we go. And then come back to y'all. I'm gonna have to bounce back and forth. This is gonna be dope. This way y'all gonna get the full understanding. Y'all can have the visuals as well as the full understanding. Okay, so go back. How do I get back over here? There we go. Come back to y'all. Stop share. Share screen. It's gonna be very good. Thank you, y'all, for instructing me to do it this way. So this is my notes with Yeshara La, right? So now I can show y'all how she's breaking it down. Let me get to the Kordash, right? I'll find it. There you go. Now y'all can see it. Here we go. Strong's definition. Kadash. So y'all see, let me make sure it's big enough text. I'll make it a little bigger. I can make it a little bigger for y'all. Let me do Control A. Right? Bang. Let me see what that looks like. Let me do one more. Bang. All right, that should be big enough. That's okay, Hagyama?
Yes, that's good.
Okay. All right. Now, let me make my screen a little smaller so I can see the chat. There we go. Now, here we go. Now, let me find where it's at. Kordash. Zadokite priest. All right. This that Yurik and Yurak stuff. All right, we're going to get there. All right. Where's the Kordash? There you go. So, you see how they got this Kadash and then they got these diacritic marks over, oh, move it. I got you. Now you are. All right, there we go. All right, now, you see how they got these diacritic vowel marks over the A's? And they say, when they put these, see this come from Acadia and Ugarit, these vowels, these are fallen A's. This is not Habariya. Habariya has no vowels. It's an Abjad language. The Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of tongues from the original, even the ancient Sumer, has no vowels. That started in Acadia. The Akkadians started with the god Sin, the moon god, started the vowels. All right? This is no Habariya has this. It's not our tongue. All right? So, when they put these vowels over, they say this is pronounced Kordosh. Y'all see that? And according to Strong's H2318, it means new, fresh, new thing, right? Now, in the translation of the KJV, is written 53 times. It translates H2319 in the following manner. New word 48 times, new thing 4 times, fresh 1 time. Then you got the Strong's definition for this word. See? Kadash. Now you see, they took just one diacritic vowel, so it's written as the same word. But they put these diacritic vowel marks to change the sound, right? So this right here says Kadash, but now with that it says Kordash. Kordash. So this would say, now ain't nothing Hebrew. This ain't nothing but Donna Briggs. Donna Briggs. This ain't nothing but Ultra Perm, right? Kordash. That ain't Ahabariya ain't got nothing, no Kordash or Kor. What's the other one? Kordosh, right? And then the Ashkenazi convertites, they spit when they say this. Wherever you see this CH, that's our Habariya letter called Hayat. We don't have, you know how the Ashkenazi convertites say this? They say, that's when they, right? That's not our tongue, all right? This CH is Hayat. That's the Habariya word Hayat, all right? Now, So they would say this is Hordosh. That's what they would say, that Hordosh. They would spit in this Hordosh. And they would say this is Hordosh. Right? That's that Amorite fallen angel tongue that those Ashkenazi convertites, Babylonian Amorites. All right? Now, this is not our tongue. Now, you see, they put these diacritic vowels over to change these, see? So now the meaning of this one would be the primitive root to be new, or causatively to rebuild, renew, or repair. And that in the KJV is translated 10 times. 7 times to mean renew, and 3 times to mean repair. All right? Now, you have another Strong's word, Yerak, or Yerak. This is where they get that Yeshua and Yahweh and all that stuff. It's not our tongue. So in Strong's, they say this is Yerak, from an unused root of uncertain significance, meaning a lunation, example, a month or a moon. In the KJV, they translate this Yerak 13 times. H3391 in the following manner. Month, 11 times. Thank you, Pensy Lola, Yah bless. I humbly receive, daughter Yah. Thank you for your donation. Praise his holy name in his rightful order. May the Most High bless you in your continued journey, daughter of Yah. I thank you so much, and I humbly receive. Praise Yah. Now, shout out to brother Chuck. Now, they translate this 13 times in the following manner. 11 times is translated to mean the month, and 2 times this word is translated to mean the moon. So as you can see, this is where all this confusion comes in at. Because now you got your vowel marks, you got these Canaanites defining the Canaanite Hebrew tongue, and is transliterated into another bastardized Canaanite tongue from the Hellenes, Greeks, right, and the Romans, right? And it means different things throughout. Strong's definitions for this word, Yarik, meaning Yoreak, right? Because they put, again, these diacritic mouths, Yoreak. So that would be, this is how the Ashkenazi convertites would say this, Yoreak. They'll spit on you when they say Yoreak. So wherever you see the CH, they go, right? They call it a guttural sound. I think the Most High just cursed them with that, honestly, because the Most High's Habariyah tongue is breathy. It's fricative. It's sha, ha, haba, ra, ya, ya. Is how you say that word. Not they call het. They call this word in the Canaanite, Paleo Hebrew tongue, het, C-H-E-T. That's the word hayat. Y'all see the difference? Hayat. Actually, hayat with the tayav at the end. Yeah, confusing on purpose, right? So this, they would say, is Yareach, right? From the same as H3391, meaning the moon, right? Or Yarekau, CH3405, right? See, you see how, that's why Yah had me do nothing with this Strong. He told me, he makes sure I didn't have none of all this confusion, all right? Now, the KJV translate this word 26 times. It translates H3394 in the following manner. Moon, it translates that 26 times. Now, this is these breakdowns. I want y'all to see, I'm going to come back to this, the breakdowns of these words on the screen, okay? Because none of these are our tongue, all right? None of it, all right? And that's why that's why all the confusion, because who's the author of confusion? All right? It's not our fathers. All right? All right. Now, they have this word, Kodesh, or Kodesh, from H238, meaning the new moon, and by implication, a month or a monthly new moon. All right? And the KJV translates this 276 times in the following manner. 254 times it translates this Kodesh as month, and then 20 times as new moon, and then 1 times as monthly, and another one time. All right? Outline of biblical usage: the new moon, month, monthly, the first day of the month, the lunar month. All right? So now I want y'all to see these words, all right, that are not ours, not a Habariyah. And as she says, like say, we don't rely on Strong's or any man, all right? And they can't understand, all right? She said the mistranslation of the word Yarak, which means month, to Yarik, which means moon. Hold on. She says, however, since the Pharisees' 13-month lunar calendar, now y'all can see it. She says, as well, hold on. However, the Hebrew word for moon is actually Yarik and not Yarak. As I think I might have messed that up when I did a transliteration. As well as the confusion between the Hebrew words for new and renewal, Kadash and Kodesh. In the Hebrew, these words are very close because the absence of vowels in our Habariyah. Keep it in mind, there's no E-I-O-U in the original pictograph Habariyah tongue. However, since the Pharisees' 13-month lunar calendar has been historically and currently accepted as the accurate Hebrew calendar, we often see the translation new moon instead of new month in the English. Moon and month are two separate words and should not be interchangeable. I agree, Yasharallah. The mistranslation of the Hebrew word Yarak, which means month, to be Yarik, which means moon, has caused an entire calendar to be based on a false premise. Allah for the lake of fire. Come on, Yasharallah. Praise Yah. Come on, daughter of Yah. All right. Now, I'm going to come back to this. Like I said, I'm about to keep bouncing back and forth. Now, let me go back to my, what's the name? For my visual learners, share screen, window, bang, share. All right, let's go. Now, the foundational meaning is not lunar, but renewal. The primitive root of Kodesh is a primitive root to mean new, to rebuild, renew, repair. They calling this the moon, the beginning of the month, the moon. So they don't understand our tongue and our language. If they understood, they would understand that this word in this causative sense means renew, repair. But they making it all mean the moon, following the moon. And they're wrong. See? Kodesh. And these, see? Kadash. Kodesh, Kadash. All right? Scripture has specific words for the moon. Yarik, definition the moon, translated to moon 26 times in the KJV. Yarak, definition a lunation, example month or moon, translated as month 11 times, moon 2 times. Okay? Yeah, it does go with the linguistic lesson. You know, the Most High always ties this stuff together. When the authors meant the physical moon, this is these translators and transliterators. When they meant the physical moon, they used a specific word for it. The choice of Kodesh was intentional and points to a different meaning. That's why we need to understand our tongue. And it gets easier when you get rid of all this Kodesh, and these diacritics, because it will be Hadash and Hayadash, and it will be the tonation of how you say the word, right? Because remember, Raya Hayakadash, right? That's Holy Spirit. But if I say Hadash, right? This Hadash, it will be the tonation as I said it. Do you understand? Hadash. And if I wrote it, because a lot of our tongue was spoken word to mouth. A lot of it wasn't written. But if I would wrote it, it would be the sentence when I'm writing in that the reader would know what it means. You know how in English a certain word mean, okay, when the word hot, right? The English word hot, because we speak the linguistic and the etymology, and if you speak slang, the original Hebrew, black people's creation of the English language, right? When I use the word hot, it depends on the context, but it's written the same way. Everybody listen. This is going to make you understand that this word hayadash right here in Habariyah, we don't need all that vowel sound, all that crap, right? This would be, let's say if it's the word hot, I would need the context, because if without the context, hot means it's, you're sweating, or it's a temperature related. You understand? It means, right? But if I wrote that girl was hot, I also need context, right? Because if I wrote that girl was hot and a person didn't understand the linguistics or the etymology of the black slang tongue in America, and 500 years from now they opened it up and said the girl was hot, they could think it means it was summertime and the girl was having heat flashes, right? That's because they don't, everybody listen, Salty Toad, they don't know our tongue. You don't know our language. You don't know our Habariyah. You don't know the etymology. You don't know our culture. It ain't your culture. It ain't your book. Come on, Tamayah, I know you like this part. That's why you got to come through one of the 12 gates. Put our book down is causing you confusion. That's why you're running around worshiping the moon and chasing all this stuff. Talking about Strong said, who the hell is Strong? I said hell. I never, I don't cuss. I ain't say a cuss. I said Hades. Who in the Hades is strong? Who is strong to tell me? Ain't no. Who is pigeon? What's the pigeon dude with the Sefer? Y'all got the fallen angels teaching y'all. That's why our ancestors got messed up in the first place, Chuck Taylor, following the doggone Canaanites and the Ugarit and the Akkadians and stuff. That's why we got the effort. That's why we got all these vowels and stuff in there. So hot. If you don't know our tongue, you don't know slang, so you'll get somebody say, it was hot. Oh, it must have been hot. Or, right? But remember, now hot can mean 10 different things written the same way. H-O-T. In New Orleans, a hot boy was someone who was a fed, snitching to the police. In New Orleans, at a certain time, a hot boy was someone who was a snitch. At another time, a hot boy was Lil Wayne and them, the hot boys. They were on fire. So the terminology of that phrase, sentence, hot boy, changed, and it meant two opposite spectrums at different times. You get it? A hot boy in New York at one time meant you were popping, you were popular, you was on fire, you was, right? That's another one, on fire. They 500 years from now, they'd be like, oh, it was burning. Remember the roof is on fire. We don't need no water, let the mother effer burn. Burn, mother effer, burn. You know they would read that 500 years from now and lose their mind. They'd be like, those black people were crazy. They burnt themselves up in the party. They said the roof is on fire. They didn't need no water. They said, let the mother effer burn. Burn, mother effer, burn. Do y'all understand? This is how foolish people are trying to understand our book without knowing our original tongue. You can't know our language. That's why, come on, Yeshaballah. That's why Yah made me study the tongue. He taught me the original Habariyah, and I didn't get it from nowhere but Yah Narayak Hayakadash. because you will never understand our language. You got it, Sody Tate? They will never. You can't. You need to be a part of the culture. You need one of the original natural brands to teach it to you. You need Unc and original righteous remnant to come and break it down for you and teach you our tongue and our slang and our intonations, our linguistics, our tonality, our context, our euphemisms, our lingo. Somebody talk to me. You can't even understand our balance. How you going to understand Yah's righteous tongue? There's a bar, Yah. They don't understand us. They lose their mind. These were some wicked people. They burnt themselves up in the party. Why, little Sally? Why would they burn themselves up? The roof was on fire. They needed water. But they said they don't need no water. Let the mother effer burn. I just can't understand these blackety blacks. These blackety blacks are crazy, right? These Hebrew, I'm sorry, I got to make it entertaining and understanding. For understanding, they didn't need no water. They wanted the mother effer to burn, little Sally. Burn. They're burning. May God bless them. I don't know what's wrong with these blackety blacks. God chose them, but what is wrong with them? Because you don't understand our tongue. We were enjoying ourselves. The roof was on fire. We was getting lit. Lit. See, they lit the place on fire. See, Sally? Go 2 pages earlier. They said it was lit. So they lit the party on, they lit the roof on fire. You see how simple this is? But they don't understand our language. This is why I'm going to kill the game. When I get to the big stage, we getting there. Again, remember, everything is in Yah's timing, his Mayah. We're going to get to the world stage. And when we get to the world stage on these platforms, right? I'm putting my book, I'm getting my authority together for when we get to the world stage. I'm already preparing. They not no scholar, not no religious. I don't care if it's Yahwist, Israelite, camp, Judaic, rabbi, Christian, pastor, moray, ain't nobody gonna have nothing on the house of Yah and the child of Yah. I'm gonna be so thorough because of the linguistics, the etymology, the understanding. They think I'm just, these Israelites, they don't even speak Canaanite Hebrew. They don't even speak Yiddish. I mean, they don't even speak, some of them speak Yiddish, like Divine Prospect. He didn't win whole Yiddish. I don't understand that, but whatever. But some of them speak Paleo and stuff. They can't even understand our manuscript. That's why these Israelites run around chasing the moon. That's why we're doing this lesson right now. They chasing the moon too. Run around here talking about we celebrate the moon, and they run around there doing feasting. They run around doing, what's that feast day? What's that one? The one that's a judgment, the curse, Passover. They run around that Passover with a lamb and bitter. There ain't nothing to judgment. The feast is the feast of unleavened bread the next day. That's a judgment, cursing themselves. If they really did the Passover, they'd be dead from food poisoning. The Most High said, eat all the entrails, the guts, the liver, the spine, the heart, the kidneys. Eat it all till it come out your pores, till you throw up and eat it. You'll never do another Passover again. But again, you don't know the Habar Yah. You don't understand our Father. You don't understand it. But again, and then they become worshipers of themselves, and they don't even understand to lower themselves to really be guided by the right, because they've been guided by books. Strong said and Cephas said, so they run around here celebrating some Passover when the feast is unleavened bread. The Passover is a judgment. It is sin. It is destruction. If you did it the way it's supposed to say, you'd be half dead when you finished it. You'd be on the floor sick to death. You will never do it again. But again, they don't understand. So let's continue. That now, hopefully that should give y'all some real understanding of how the Strongs and all this stuff, how they can never understand our language. This is why they have people, what's the name? Following the moon and following all these days, and like even the what you call them, the zeet seats and stuff, right? That is for those who don't keep Yah's order. Those are unrighteous, right? I would never put a zeet seat. That's a curse to me. That means I need to be reminded of Yah's righteousness. I don't need to be, it's rooting in my inward parts. The zeet seat, that's a bell, like a dog on the bell every time it moves. Oh, that's right. Be righteous. Keep his commandments. Don't sin. Don't transgress. Don't smash the chick. Don't do drugs. I don't need that. It's written in my inward parts. I live it. But again, they run around with the costume, right? I got my zeet seats. I'm like, yeah, you need your zeet seats because you lost. But anyway, let's continue. Sorry, I'm digressing into other things. But hopefully that gave y'all some understanding of how important the tongue is. That's why we teach the tongue in our Tuesday Bible studies. All right? It's taught there in the house. I was going to teach it to the live, but the Most High said, no, stop. It's his sacred tongue. It is to be earned. They need to be in the study, in the house, and they need to earn it. Because I don't know when he allowed it. He just randomly says, teach this now. And it'll just come out. And there'll be a study on our Tuesday Bible study, and he'll break down another Habariyah letter and word. And over the time, the children are learning the Habariyah. All right? And you can't. It's like I said, you won't understand the language. It could mean 10 different things. Hot. She was hot. He was hot. The place was hot, on fire. She was looking good. She was sexy. He was a snitch. He was a hot boy. Or he was actually hot. It was summertime. It was 110 degrees in New York City, and that boy was hot. Sweating to death, sweating bullets. Right? Sweating bullets. They were like, that's some Nephilim stuff. Right? That's what people are doing to the ancient texts. All right, let's continue now. Now, the scripture has specific words for the moon. When the authors meant the physical moon, these people trying to transliterate, they used a specific word for it. The choice of this word, Kodesh, was intentional and points to a different meaning. A tale of two concepts. One concept is renewal. The other concept means a lunar body. Hadash meant renew or repair. Hadash, a renewal or month. I'm doing this because now I'm teaching y'all. This would be spelled the same way. Hadash. Ain't no Kodesh, Hadesh, ain't no Hadash, or Chodosh, all that crap. That's Canaanite, fallen angel. In Habariyah, this would be Hadayash. And this would be Hadayash. It would be written the same exact way, but it would be the context of what you would know, whether this written Hayadash meant to renew or repair, or this meant in Hayadash meant a renewal or a month. Come on, Brother Elwood. Now do y'all understand? Thank you, Brother Elwood. Thank you. You say you left a donation. Yes, it's better to Cash App. And you can, if you want, all you got to do is tell me that you left it here, and I can say thank you. Only reason because they don't take nothing. Cash App, I get the whole thing. Here, they take 40%, right? Especially if someone give a big donation here, that hurts me bad. Like somebody give a big donation or will, but I understand. It's let people do as they will, right? It's okay. And it's okay. YouTube actually allows us to use their platform too. So I'm a man that I don't mind paying for services. So even though they shadow ban us, they still allow us to use their platform. So I was still able to find y'all and teach y'all. They shouldn't be taking 40%. I think it's more than that, right? But it is what it is. So when someone give $200, let's say someone gave, let me explain it this way, guys. Let's say if you wanted to give a big donation, if it's the Most High put it in your heart, right? And you say, all right, I want to give, Most High put in my heart to give $200 to right, to the ministry. What I would say do is put do here and say, if you want to show it, say, do a $10 here, right? Because then they'll give me 6 out of the $10. That's not that bad, right? I know that's horrible, but it is what it is, right? And then say, I'm going to put, 60/40. And then it's crazy. You could put $10 here and then say, I'm putting another 190 on Cash App. You could write it here. So that way you could still get the credit, because I understand the credit. There's nothing wrong with that. I understand, right? To be able to show, like, I know how that feels. Like, I want to show that I appreciate Unc and the ministry and all that y'all's doing, and I want to show it. I get that. So another way, if it's a big one, that's why the small ones, I don't mind. $10, $5, cool, right? They take whatever. But when you give a big one, I remember Yasha did a big one. I think he did like $300. When he did it, I gasped. You know what the gasp was? The gasp was they taking all of it. Like, I'm about to see 170 of the 300, right? I'm about that, and I need that. I'm like, that hurts so bad. I'm like, oh my goodness, I actually need the 300. You know what I mean? But anyway, so just that's my advice. If you want to give a big one, just give a small one here so it show up and say, I'm putting the rest on Cash App or PayPal. Now, PayPal is okay because they take 2%, right? And it's okay using their services. It's just this YouTube one, they want to do 40%. That's insane, right? That's insane. So, so thank you. I humbly thank y'all for those who give, right? And so, yes. So the only one that takes nothing is Cash App, and then the Zelle thing. That's for those in the ministry. Some give privately through Zelle. But Cash App takes nothing. So I get the whole thing. And PayPal, they only take 2%. So it's cool. I don't mind giving them their 2% or 3%, something like that. But 40% is nuts. So thank you, Brother Elwood. And for those who want to give that way, just let me know. Unc, I'm about to give on Cash App, and I'll say thank you. If you want to say the amount, it's okay. It's not trying to be seen. No, it's just, I understand that because I'm like that. I would want to see, like, I want everybody to see, especially if I gave to ministries when because I'm so appreciative of the work and the learning, and because I learned from ministries. The most I had me learning 6 years ago, spiritual warfare from Darby. It came out of my PayPal every month. But so I didn't get to show it on screen like this, but I would want to be able to say, yes, I appreciate the man of Yah. I appreciate. So ain't nothing wrong with that. Don't let nobody make y'all think nothing wrong. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Praise the Most High to show that, I show it. I put it on, and it light up red when you give a big one. It's just they take so much. That's the only thing that hurt. I wish if they was honest and they only took a regular percent, it would be beautiful, because it show up all red when you give a big one. These other channels do it all the time. But praise y'all. All right, let me get back to the lesson. Thank you so much. And thank you. I think that was Elwood said he's going. Thank you, Elwood, for your donation on Cash App. And thank you, everyone who donates. I humbly receive. And I'm going to start saying them too. I got to remember. I'll start saying those who donate and just say thank you, because I thank you. I really do. I've been teaching this for years and years of work, and no views, no shadow ban, no monetization, no nothing. And it's just labor, but it's work of the kingdom of the Most High. He said, teach his children, and I'm going to teach his children. Everybody. That's it. The Most High gave me, he said, teach my children. And he instruct me, and I do what my Father says, and I teach his children till I pass out. Praise Yah. His holy name is rightful order. All right, let's continue. A tale of two concepts. So this Kadash would be written the same way in Habariyah. It would be Hadayash, right? Because Yah's name is in everything in his tongue. Hadayash. So depending on the context of the way they said it to you, you would know if that Hadayash meant renew or repair, or if that Hadayash meant renewal or a month. Just like you would know if I said she was hot to you in context, you would know if I meant she was she was looked good. She was foxy. That's a old. She was a hot tamale. She was popping. She was fat. There go another one, fat. Right? That's an old one though. She fat. No, she pretty hot and tempting. But anyway, so hot, right? Same way. It's the same thing. These are we blacking it blacks. It's our tongue. It's the same thing. None change. All right. So this would be written Hayadash. Either way, in the context, you will know whether it meant renewal, repair, or the renewal, or a month. All right. Now, one concept of Hayadash is renewal. Another concept of Yara. This would be Yara. No matter Yara, it wouldn't be Yerak and Yerik. They putting all this, that's the fallen angel taking our tongue, these convertites and these Hebrew Canaanites, all right? This would be Yara. That's how it would be sound, Yara, right? So they say Yara, right? And one Yara would mean the moon, and the other Yara will mean a lunation of the moon, like a, right? So it would be written the same though. The marking of a month is rooted in the concept of renewal, not the observation of the moon. Come on, Yeshavallah. Everybody listen, right? Yeah, they take the name Yah out of everything. That's why they say Yeshua and all that. It's a transgression of Yah's name. That's why the convertites don't even say his name. They say, oh, Hashem, bless you. Hachu. They say Hachu. Right? Now, the marking of a month of our original culture, we are the people of the book. They taken our book and they wrongly transliterating it. Right? That's why everybody's so confused. The marking of a month is rooted in the concept of renewal. Renewal. Okay? Not observation of the moon. The role of the moon redefined. The moon is, just like they took the rainbow. Good one, Marariya. Same thing. They took the rainbow so bad I can't even wear a rainbow because you can't even, you got to be careful. I'm like, these people really hijacked the rainbow. Like they really got, and that's our covenant. Yah's covenant with us. That he won't destroy the earth no more by flood. But anyway, the role of the moon redefined. The moon is a sign and a witness. The moon is not a calculator. Scripture designates the sun to calculate the days and the years. Everybody listen clearly. Our title, The Path to the Sorcery, the moon or the sun, which do we follow? Scripture designates the sun to calculate the days and the years. The moon's function is to bear witness to the appointed times set by the sun's calculation, not to determine the time. Everybody listen. Some of y'all said, do not rainbow in Cali if you do not did it. I know, right? They definitely took and I had a dope Coogee rainbow shirt because I got all my old school stuff, right? And so he saved it. So I pulled it out and it's a hoodie and it's Coogee and it's hot. It was very expensive back in the days when I was rich. And it's straight rainbow. It looked like Skittles. And I remember putting it on, right? I was like, oh, my Coogee. I pulled it out the bag. I said, this going to look fly. And I put it on, I got dressed, and I looked in the mirror, and all I saw was a rainbow. I said, oh, my goodness, if you don't take this off, I better have them chasing me up the street. Let me stop. All right, let's continue. Let me continue to teach it. All right. Now, everybody listen again. The scripture designates the sun calculates the days. The moon's function is to what? Bear witness. It's the reflection. Bear witness to the appointed time set by this calculation of the sun, not to determine it. New moon equals intercalary day. Everybody, Remember tie-dye used to be popping. You wear tie-dye now, you you look like Helios. You look like Dionysus. All right, let me explain. New moon equals intercalary days. Come on, Yasharallah. Everybody listen. You're going to retrain, empty your old wine, and learn the biblical understanding of the times, the calendar, the sun and the moon, and the intercalary days, the 360 days with the 4 intercalary days. You heard? This part, Yasharallah. The divine blueprint, Yah's 364-day calendar. 90 days, 90 days, 90 days, 90 days. 4 days times 90 days equals 360 plus 4 intercalary days equals 364 days. These 4 intercalary markers are the true new moons or renewals of the seasons. Come on, Yasharallah. Let's go. All right? This, everybody, is our manuscript. The intercalary days, 360 plus the 4. It's marking the seasons. We don't celebrate it. All right? I know y'all way off in rainbow tie-dye land. Y'all come on back to the study, please. These Hebrews. Now, y'all, get focused, Hebrews. All right? But everybody, the 4 intercalary days are the markers. It's the markers. They are the new moons or renewals of the seasons. We got one coming. But when New Year comes, when the new season, the renewal of the earth, it ain't no New Year the day before yesterday. It's still the dead of winter. The 4 sacred days. The 4 intercalary days are days of remembrance. These are memorial days. They stand apart from the standard count of days and are not included in biblical prophetic calculations, which operate on a 360-day cycle. Everybody listen. These are important memorial days, the days of remembrance. They're not included in the standard count of the biblical prophetic calculations, which operate on 360-day cycle. Prophetic year equals 360 days. The memorial cycle is the 4 days of remembrance, giving us a total of 364 days in a year. All right? Come on, Brother Elwood. Come on, Yasharallah. Let's go. Teach his children. The celestial code is unveiled. The journey, everybody. We have moved from a common assumption of a lunar-based month to a linguistically proven framework of Yah's divine renewal. 90 days times 4. The Most High Yah's calendar is not based on the shifting observation of a lesser light, but is a perfect and repeating 364-day solar cycle marked by 4 sacred days of remembrance, Yasharallah, a system of precision, memorial, and divine order. Perfection. Solar, lunar. The sun marks the time, the moon reflects the order. Let's go. This one I titled The Divine Order. Does our measure of a year reflect divine order, or does it reflect human error? By Uncle Ya'ayashah and Yasharallah. Let go. The inconsistency of man's calendar. Modern timekeeping forces a choice between consistency of date and consistency of day. Example, the Mass of Christ Christ's Mass always falls on December 25th, but the day of the week constantly changes. Thanksgiving is always on a Thursday, but its date shifts every year. The system is a compromise, not a reflection of a perfect repeating pattern, not Yah's order. Our system of measure is perfection. It never changes. This part. An ancient order, a forgotten truth. A perfect calendar where time does not shift. It is described in the texts that predate our current systems. This knowledge is not new, but rediscovered. The Book of Jubilees, the first book of Enoch, and the Dead Sea Scrolls corroborated. Come on, Yasharallah. Come on, Pissy Lola, Yah bless. You know what we do in the house of Yah. You know Yah brings his children to bring the whole truth and bring it right and exact and bring it, and you know, it got swag, bring style to it. You know the Habara Yah. You heard? Listen clearly. An ancient order, a perfect calendar where the time does not shift. It don't change. It's described in texts that predate our current system. This knowledge is not new, but we are now rediscovering it. Yeah. Jubilees talks about it, First Enoch, and the Dead Sea Scrolls. The blueprint of creation, the 364-day year. The Most High's calendar is built on a foundation of perfect division, Yasharallah. A complete year consists of precisely 364 days, allowing for absolute mathematical and liturgical consistency. Somebody talk to me. This year is structured into 4 equal seasons, each one containing 91 days, and then our what? Intercalary. Everybody, the word of tonight is intercalary days, the 4 memorials, the days of remembrance. Teach his word, Yasharallah. Let's go, daughter of Yah. Let's go. This year is constructed in 4 equal seasons, each containing 91 days. The architecture of a season consists of this. Month 1, 30 days. Month 2, 30 days. Month 3, 30 days plus 1. You hear that? That's that plus 1, and that equals 91. The formula breaks down like this. 30 days, month 1, 30 days, month 2, 30 days, month 3, plus 1 intercalary day equal 91 days. The symmetry breaks down like this. 91 days is exactly 13 weeks. Each season begins on the same day of the week every year, every year, every year, forever, 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 ever, until this day the sun and moon and earth pass by, forever, ever. It don't change. This part. The 4 pillars, the days of remembrance. The 4 days that complete the 364-day cycle are not ordinary days. They are intercalary days. These are divinely appointed memorials that separate the seasons. Let's go, Yashala Yah. Placement, they occur after the conclusion of the 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 12th months. Historical context. According to the book of Yabalayah's Jubilees, this appointment dates back to the times of Nayak, our great-grandfather Noah. The days of remembrance, the intercalary days. It's going to be tied into your remembrance. It's the days of remembrance. The book of remembrance is open at the end to bring back what? All that which was lost to the righteous remnant. Teach his word, the Most High said. Let's go, Yasharallah. A witness from antiquity. The doctrine. The The concept of seasonal markers is often mistranslated as new moons. See, they mistranslating. Come on, Yasharallah, teach the children, Yasharallah. Let's teach them, daughter of Yah. It's mistranslated as new moons. The original meaning points to these 4 intercalary days as the true beginning of seasons. So we ain't running around, Magya Allah, worship and celebrate no moon. This understanding is clarified, what we are breaking down tonight, me and Yasharallah. It's clarified in texts like the book of the Luminaries. And that says, Enoch 75, 1 and 2, the beginning of months, the beginning of seasons, spring, summer, fall, and winter. It's describing the 4 intercalary days, the days of remembrance and memorials. Let's go, daughter of Yah. I almost yelled, but I didn't want the mic to... I'm trying not to get too loud so it don't peak. I almost yell. Y'all know I'm like, ah! I almost yell. All right, hold on. Let me turn my mic down a little bit. All right. So, all right. Boy, this break down. This break down. That's why I tell you, I'll be sitting here. That's why I'm like, I don't be starting this lesson late, guys. I'll be sitting here putting all this work in. You understand? It take a lot of work for us to put all this together for you guys. All right? Praise Yah. Now listen clearly. This, Enoch 75 and 1, this is a witness from antiquity. The Most High said, he what? Bring things back to remembrance. He will open the seals, open the scrolls. He will teach us the things that was taken. Do you understand? By who? The Raya Kayakadash. By his set-apart children who's going to what? Circumcise themselves and sacrifice themselves to the Most High, to righteousness, so he can pour in through them, through the Raya Hayakadash, the Holy Spirit. Let's continue. The mathematics of divine order. 91 days per season times 4 seasons equal 364 days. 13 weeks per season times 4 seasons equal 52 weeks. 12 months times 30 days plus the 4 intercalary days equal 364 days. Every calculation resolves itself into a perfect closed system with no fractions or no drifting, no adding to or taking away. It's the mathematics of the Most High's divine order. Oh, Yasharallah. Man's calendar shifts time. Christmas, December 25th, fixed date. It be on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, shifting. Ain't none, Yadas ain't nothing but shifty. They ain't nothing but Ultra Perm. They ain't nothing but Donna Briggs. Donna Briggs. All right? And I'm shifty. You know when somebody's shifty, you don't want nobody shifty. You shifting too much, bro. You moving a little bit too much, right? You need to sit your butt down. That's my grandma said. Well, sit your butt down somewhere. You sit your boy, you moving too much. You know them old people. My grandma used to be, boy, you doing too much. You moving too much. I'm like, grandma, I'm not doing nothing. Sit down somewhere. Go take a seat. You shifting too much. You doing shifty. You looking real shifty. Working on my nerves. Right? They got shifting days for their helly days, right? Thanksgiving, a fixed day, but the date is shifting. you heard? 12 tribes, come on, 364, 3 plus 6 plus 4 equal to 12 tribes, all right? You hear? All right? But Yah's divine calendar, the first day, the 4th day, the appointed feast. The first day, the first month, is a fixed date. The 4th day of the week, the fixed day. This holds true for every date, every year, without exception. It ain't shifting all over the place. Yeah, that's the word, Anayah. Unstable in all their ways. Confusion. You shifty. The unsealed text. This divine calendar is not a new interpretation, but a restored understanding based on the clear testimony of sacred historical records, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of Yabalayaz, the first book of Enoch. Yasharallah said, look at the R.H. Charles translation. That's one of the best Enoch transliterations. Yasharallah said, the R.H. Charles, for those who want to be looking up stuff. All right? The divine calendar is not orientated by shifting the moon. That's what they got to do. It's anchored by Yah's Mayad, his appointed times, and remembrance and renewal. This part. All right, my last slide. I think I saved maybe the best for last. The Zadokite reckoning. By Uncle Ya'alisha and Yasharallah. I'm going to change that. I wish I would remember when I was putting this together. I was just tired. I apologize, Yasharallah. Because me and my sister, you know what I mean? We work together. When we get together, it'd be a headbanger. Listen clearly. The Zadokite priesthood is the only priesthood that the Most High, through the whole Safariyat that they call the Bible, said got it right. No other priesthood was complete but the Zadokite priesthood. So this house, we follow their calendar. We follow the ones the Most High said got it right. The Zadokite reckoning, decrypting the sacred calendar protocol by Yasharallah and Uncle Ya'ayasha. Let's get into it, guys. A system anomaly has been detected. For centuries, scripture has been read through the lens of the new moon. But what if this is a translation error, a corruption of the original data that has skewed our understanding of sacred time? Because they talk about the new moon. Since we celebrate the new moon, they ain't nothing but sin. Remember the beginning of the lesson? What's the moon god called? Donna Briggs? Ultra Perm? Sin. That's crazy work that they got us running around calling on sin. That's crazy work. Everybody, let's continue. Now y'all see why I got the thumbnail with the werewolf and all that? Which path, what do we follow? The path to sorcery? Okay? For centuries, scripture has been read through the lens of the new moon. Translation protocol. Corrupted verse restores. The corrupted data is Donna Briggs, the new moon. The restored data from Yasharallah and old Unc by way of the Most High, by way of the Raya Hayakadash, Holy Spirit, we're restoring the information. The new month means the beginning of month. That where it says new moon, that means beginning of months, the beginning of season, intercalary days. We had corrupted data. The original Habariyah refers not to a lunar phase, but to the 4 intercalary days or takafayas. That's how they say it in the Canaanite Hebrew, takufas. Takufas. That's takafayas. The original Habariyah refers not to a lunar phase, but to the 4 intercalary days or takafayah that mark the head of each of the 4 seasons. The historical fork, 2 factions, 2 calendars. Faction here, the Pharisees. The Yasharallah, their protocol, they made a lunar calendar. Did y'all not know the Pharisees? Oh, we about to show a video after this. We're going to close out with the video stuff. Good stuff. Did y'all not know the Pharisees? Yeah, we're going to talk about the Ashkenazi convertites with they moon worshippers. Who do they follow? The Pharisees. Who do they follow? The Babylonian Talmud? The Amorites? Canaanites? The Pharisees had a lunar calendar. Yep, that crescent. And that crescent is supposed to be Sin, and the full moon is supposed to be Nana, the El Nana, according to Sumeria. Now, the Pharisees had a lunar calendar. Oh yeah, they followed the moon. That's why Mashiach called them what? A brood of vipers. And he said what? They are, the Zadokites are the Tamadayas of Yahya without stray. Good word, Zayana. Now listen, that's why Mashiach was calling out, Ishmael, Ishmael, wild man, he following the sin lunar moon. The Mashiach called out the Pharisees. What y'all don't know, he was calling out this lunar worship, this moon goddess worship, Inanna, this sin worship that they followed. And they still practice this. The Ashkenazi converts, I'm going to show y'all in the video that's coming. We're going to close out. The Pharisees follow the lunar calendar. And in the Pharisees' calendar, it had 354 days. And it variated, it shifted from 12 to 13 months. Oh yeah, thank you, Yasharallah, because most didn't know this. They had no idea that there's a Pharisaic calendar, and this is what Mashiach, the Messiah, was speaking out against. 354 days for the Pharisees and 12 to 13 months a year. But there was another calendar called the children of Zadok, the Zadok priesthood, and they followed a solar calendar. And their calendar had 364 days, 360 days, plus the 4 days of remembrance intercalary. Facts. The Pharisees versus the Zadokites. Let's go. Evidence file number 1. The Book of Jubilees mandate, Yabalayah. The historical dispute is referenced in ancient texts. The Book of Yabalayah's Jubilees contains a direct warning against the very error that became the doctrine today in religion. Yah said in the Book of Yabalayah, Jubilees chapter 6, that following the moon only is incorrect and will reduce his year by 10 days. Implication: this 10-day discrepancy is the exact mathematical difference between the 364-day of the Zadokite solar calendar and the 354-day of the Pharisee lunar calendar. Do y'all see it, children of Yah? Come on, Yasharallah. Great work, daughter of Yah. The Yabalayah spoke against it. The Yabalayah book is used for the counting the times. It's our timetables. Everybody. It said that following the moon only is incorrect and will reduce his year by 10 years. The 364-day solar protocol. The authentic biblical Safariyah year is a perfectly symmetrical solar model. It is composed of a 360-day cycle plus 4 unique days that govern the turning of the seasons. The base cycle is 360 prophetic days. The seasonal markers are the 4 intercalary days to Kafayas. Total 364 days. System logic. Isolating prophetic counts. Doctrine. The 4 intercalary days are not included in prophetic time calculations. This maintains a consistent 30-day month for prophecy. Complete 30 days for prophetic reasons. Scriptural example. The flood waters prevailed for 5 months, a period defined as 150 days. Let's go, Yasharallah. Yasharallah broke this down. Everybody listen. The flood waters prevailed for 5 months, a period defined as 150 days. 5 months equal 5 times 30 days equal 150 days for prophetic reasons. Implication: this calculation, 5 times 30 equal 150, is only possible if the intercalary days are excluded from the count, proving their unique function within the 364-day system. Yah's order, instruction, and Maya is intentional. For prophetic reasons, 364 30-day count. The intercalary brings in the new seasons. Renewal. Decrypting the linguistic key. The corruption was enabled by the structure of the original Habariya Hebrew language, with no written vowels, only the ah sound. Words with distinct meanings appeared nearly identical. I just broke that down for y'all with Hayash, Hadayash, Yarak, Yarak. They look, it makes them look identical. And it makes them vulnerable to mistranslation. That's why they can't understand our Safari known as the Bible. If I ask somebody, where did the Bible come from? Oh, it's a Bible. Where did the word Bible come from? Oh, it come from Byblos, a Phoenician Canaanite city. That part. You see? But the Most High tell us to study to show ourselves approved. That's why he tell me teach my children. And I teach y'all, praise y'all for the house that assists me in this teaching. This is the corruption. It's enabled by the structure, right? Yes, that's Byblos, and then the way that the Phoenicians is Byblos. That's the ancient Phoenician city. And our land, in Shem's land, they was in our land, the Canaanites. And the Hellenes followed the Phoenicians. That's how they got from Linear B. That's where they got the Greek alphabet. They got civilized by the Canaanites, Phoenicians. So of course they named it Byblos for the what's name they used, the pamphlet, the papers, the what's the name. All right. Anyway, let me continue. The corruption was enabled by the structure of the original Habariyah. See, once you don't understand, once you add those AE, that's why I tell y'all to come out of those vowels. It's fallen angel. It's the corruption. You'll be under vulnerable to mistranslation. You'll be under delusion. You'll be cursing yourselves. Praise y'all for the grace and mercy over us when we didn't know. Come out of the vowels. There's only an ah sound. That's it. Any original Shemitic tongue, there was no vowels. That happened in Acadia. Okay? So the words with distinct meanings appear identical, but you will understand, now you understand the etymology of the linguistic, then you understand the context will determine what is meant by the words that look the same. Linguistic decryption. Month versus moon. Corrupted term. Yarik. Yarik. Meaning moon. Correct term, Yara. Yara can mean a moon or a month, but you need to know the context. Yara. Yara. And it would be Habariyah, because that Hayat has a Tayat at the end. Because the Habariyah word Hayah means to reveal and behold. They sound the same. Hayah and Hayat. If you put the Hayat without the Tayat at the end, you would know what it means by the context. Listen now, y'all. So if I took the Habariyah word letter Hayat, this with the CH, they call het, and I took the Habariyah word Hayah, which they call hey, I think they call it hey or something in the Canaanite Hebrew, this Yiddish crap, right? If I didn't put a Tayat at the end of Hayat, the het, and had Hayah, the only way I would know the difference between the two Adiyat letters is the context. Context is key, everybody. That's the difference between Mashayah and Mashayat. The Hamashayat, the Mashayat is Mashayat, the only Ya'ad son of the Father, our King of Judah, which I'll call Jesus, Yahweh or Yahweh. That's the Mashayat. But Mashayah, we are all called to be Mashayahs, deliverers. Moses' name was Mashayah, but he is not the Messiah. The Tayat at the end seals Mashiach, Mashayat, from Mashayas, which we are all called to be. But let's say if it was written without the Tayat at the end of Mashayah, the only way I would know is speaking of our king of Judah, Ya'ada, or Moses, or somebody else. It would be the context. So are y'all understand? That's where they get that devil in the detail statement from. Because you know, all they do is convolute and reverse. That's the kalaliyah, the completion of Yah. That is correct. The devil is in the details, in the context. It's context is key. Now, the mistranslation of Yarak as Yarik caused an empire calendar to be based on a false lunar premise. Month and moon are two separate words and are not interchangeable. Tell them again, Yasharallah. Say it with your chest. Not your chest because you're a female. Say it with your throat. Say it with your throat. Linguistic decryption, new verse renewal. The initial error was compounded by confusion between the Hebrew words for new and renewal, Kadash and Kodesh. They are both Kayadash, Hayadash. They both mean new and renewal. The context would tell you which one it means. The absence of vowels in Picto-Habariyah made these distinct concepts appear interchangeable, further obscuring the true meaning of the beginning of months, the intercalary days. Come on, y'all learning tonight. Devil's alive, y'all ain't learning tonight. The corruption became doctrine. The Pharisees' influence, with their acceptance of the moon calendar and the solidification of their mistranslation, became what we know as the new moon. Now y'all understanding how we got this new moon all through our Bible manuscript, our Safariyah, and while these fools are running around talking about we celebrate the moon and worship the moon, and a lot of sisters the moon, and we follow the moon and everything, the devil's a lie. That's Pharisees, and the Pharisees was following the Amorites, the fallen angels, Babylonians, Canaanites. Let's go. The victory of the Pharisaical view was not just theological, it was linguistic. As their 354-day moon lunar calendar became the historically accepted standard for the Hebrew calendar. The mistranslation of new month to new moon was cemented into scripture and tradition, obscuring the original protocol for thousands of years, even to today. And to the Most High instructor Yasharallah to knock it on out the park. He made me bring that out about that sister celebrating the moon and breaking down. And the whole Rayakayaka God said, Yasharallah, go in. Let's break this new moon stuff down. This werewolf worship, this sin, this Nana, Astarte, lunatic, this Pharisee, following the moon, the devil's a lie. That's why they got the witch in the moon and the werewolves and all this crap. This is all fallen angel Pharisee. Protocol restored. Yasharallah, we restorers of what, Yasharallah? The breach. House of Yah, what are we restorers of? The righteous path. Restorers of the breach. Restorers of the way, the truth, and the life. You heard? The corrupted was the new moon. The source came from the Pharisee tradition. The model was the lunatic, the lunar. The length was 354 days. They based it on the Yarik moon. Let's speak like the fallen right? And we restored what we restored, the beginning of seasons, the intercalary days, source, the Zadiac priesthood, their reckoning. What do they follow? The solar, 360 days plus 4 intercalary days, the month. Praise the Most High's holy name and rightful order, the restorers of the breach. The restorers of the breach. Recalibrating the divine time. From the house of Yah to all of y'all tonight, Restoring the Zodiac calendar is more than a historical correction. It is a recalibration of our understanding of our prophecy, of our appointed times, Mayads, and the very rhythm of the sacred year. The original protocol was never lost. It was only obscured. The signal has now been restored. You are very welcome. Praise Yah, his holy name, his rightful order. What a work, Yasharallah. What a work. What a work. Repairs of the breach. Let me stop share. I'm going to show a little bit of her, and then we're going to show these videos, and we're going to close out. It's got a great closeout. We got some great video coming. Y'all hold on. Hold your seats. Hold your horses. Share screen. Praise the Most High. What a study, y'all. What a word, y'all. What a word. All right, let me get through some of my sister. I don't want to miss out some because she wrote a lot. The moon is used as a sign or a witness. I broke all this down. For I have written in the book of the first law, which I have written for thee, thou shouldest celebrate it in season, one day in the year. And I explained to thee its sacrifices that the children of Yasharal should remember and should celebrate it throughout their generations in this month, one day in every year. Yabalayah 6:22 to 35. It's going to go. We're going to read that later. We're going to close out with that, with the scripts. I'm going to get to the video, and we're going to close out. According to the feasts of the Gentiles, after their error and their ignorance. Come on, Yasharallah. The 4 days of remembrance intercalary days. You heard? He said, for I know them. All right, we're going to break that down. So we did all this. I think we broke it all down. The Canon, Dead Sea Scrolls, Book of Jubilees, First Book of Enoch. This gives us more details of Yah's sacred calendar. She said, the Most High's calendar is so perfect every year, year after year. Each day, including holy days and feasts, falls on the same day every year. This doesn't happen in man's calendar. All right? All right, so yeah, I did break it all down. The rest is all scriptures. All right, we'll get to the scriptures. Let me show the video, and then we're going to close out with the scripts. Praise Yah. So I did a good job. Thank you. Thank you, Father. I wasn't sure if I left something out. I know we knocked it out the park, inshallah. Praise Yah. All right, let's get to some of these videos now. Now y'all got the full understanding. Now y'all know the path of the righteous versus the path of the sorcerers. The moon or the sun are solely lunar. The moon follows the sun. The sun points to calculations, but we don't worship neither. You understand? Praise the Most High. Now y'all know the intercalary days. Y'all know the 364 days a year. Y'all have the fullness of the understanding. And we're going to close out with the scriptures. All right, let me do the first video. Let me do the video. Let's do the videos. All right? I'm going to do this one. Let's do the Wish People video. I know Tom of y'all might wonder. He probably heard of it before. Let me do the Wish People video. This little funny dude. This dude is funny. He good on a lot of stuff, but he be off on some stuff. But he dead now. But this dude, I eat fruit, spit out the pit. You know the Most High use anybody, right? So this dude, y'all know who he is when y'all hear his voice. But so he write on certain stuff. Some other stuff he be off kilter with it. All right, so let me go. Let me grab where I need to grab that one. And which video? Let me do his video first, right? I'm going to do that one, right? Because that's the moon god sin. Yeah, let me do this one first. Here we go. Watch this. All right, come to y'all. Share screen. This is about the Hebrews. So this dude, he calling out the Hebrews. Oh yeah, the Hebrews was following the moon god too. That part. All right? Yeah, we was. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're breaking this down for educational purposes only. Lego, yeah.
But the Jewish people, or what we call the Jewish people.
Hold on, let me see. Did it start there? Yep.
But the Jewish people, or what we call the Jewish people, back then, at that time, the dominating worship at the time in Egypt and the whole Middle East was the worship of the moon. And moon worship was very...
Facts. He said, oh, who we call. I like how he broke that down real quick. He said the wish people, or who we call the wish people. Uh-huh. Let's continue.
dominating worship at the time in Egypt and that whole the Jewish people back then. At that time, the Jewish people, or what we call the Jewish people back then, at that time, the dominating worship at the time in Egypt and the whole Middle East was the worship of the moon. And moon worship was very important. The Egyptians especially put a lot of importance on the worship of the moon. Well, the moon god, if you are in Egypt and you're looking east, in the middle of the Sinai desert is an enormously high mountain range. And so the people on the Egyptian side of the Sinai would look eastward, and every evening about 6 o'clock, the moon would come up from the mountain. The moon became known as the old man of the mountain. And the moon name, the old man's name was Sin. But
the moon
the Jewish
became known as the old man of the mountain. And the man's name, come on, Hayazak, was Sin. Everybody? Let's continue. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We're just reacting. Let go.
I've spent 48 years studying occultism, mysticism, words, terms, legal terms, government, international banking, theology, religions. I'm telling you, there's a world of knowledge you have never been taught.
Yeah, it is, Mararia. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. That's the moon worship. That's where it comes from. Absolutely. The Most High ain't just in no east. What east? The Most High omnipresent, omniscient. You shouldn't be praying in no direction. You should be praying inward or to the Father or somewhere, unless you think he outside of you. If he inside of you, pray inward. If he outside of you, pray to the Father. He's omnipotent, omniscient. All right, let's continue. There ain't nothing but this moon god. This moon god was huge all through antiquity. That's why I broke down Sumeria and all that first. I went to the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Celts, the Druids. I went to everybody. I went to India, the Hindus. I went to Africa, the Sand people. I went to everybody. We touched everybody, right? Sumer, Acadia. Let's continue. Listen.
I've spent 48 years studying occultism, mysticism, words, terms, legal terms, government, international banking, theology, religions. I'm telling you, there's a world of knowledge you have never been told. That's been right there for you, but it just never occurred to anyone to sit down for 48 years and study this stuff in the dark. I mean, I have a high respect for all religions, for all belief systems, but I'm telling you, it needs to be based on wisdom and knowledge. Let me give you an example in the Old Testament. In Arabia, looking east, there's a huge mountain range in Arabia, very high mountain ranges in Arabia, in the middle of Arabia.
The Hejaz Mountains, Jabal Hejaz. The Hejaz Range is a mountain range located in the Hijazi region of western Saudi Arabia. The range runs north and south along the east coast of the Red Sea and can thus be treated as including the Midian Mountains and being part of the Sahrawa Mountains. All right, let's continue.
In Arabia, looking east, there's a huge mountain range in Arabia, very high mountain ranges in Arabia, in the middle of Arabia. And so the Arabian people on this side, looking east, every night the moon would come out of the mountain. The moon would rise in the east, and it comes up behind the mountains. So the ancient Arabians, talking about thousands of years ago, they believed the moon was a god. It was a moon god. And obviously he lived in a mountain. That's obvious because every night he comes up from the mountain. So
they thought the moon god lived in the mountain, right? Moon worship has been practiced in Arabia since 2000 BC. The crescent moon is the most common symbol of pagan moon worship. That's the moon Sin. In Mecca, there was a god named Hubal who was lord of the Kaaba. All right?
Behind the mountains. So the ancient Arabians. And so the Arabian people on this side, looking east, every night the moon would come out of the mountain. The moon would rise in the east, and it comes up behind the mountains. So the ancient Arabians, talking about thousands of years ago, they believed the moon was a god. It was a moon god. And obviously he lived in a mountain. That's obvious because every day he comes up from the mountain. So he lived in a mountain, and his name, the name of the moon god in Arabia, was Sin, S-I-N, Sin. And a mountain in the ancient Arabic, a very ancient language, was Ai. It's translated Ai. Ai is a mountain in the ancient.
Do y'all hear that? And AI is going to be a mountain today, too, if you use it unrighteously. Sin or Nana, we already broke that down. All right? Symbolism, the crescent moon was a symbol of sin. All right? All right?
And a mountain in the ancient Arabic, a very ancient language, was Ai. It's translated.
Family, Sin was the father of the sun god Shamash, and in some myths of Ishtar, that's Easter, the goddess of Venus. His wife was this goddess Ningal, a reed goddess. The cult of Sin was especially important in Haran, Urfa, Yerhoi, where it was the center of pilgrimage for the god. Sin may have also served as a judge of the dead in the underworld.
Mountain in the ancient Arabic, he comes up from the mountain. So he lived in a mountain, and his name, the name of the moon god in Arabia, was Sin, S-I-N, Sin. And a mountain in the ancient Arabic, a very ancient language, was Ai. It's translated Ai. Ai is a mountain in the ancient language. So the god Sin lived in his mountain, Ai. You put them together, it becomes Sinai.
So, he said that, we got a troll. All right. We got Sin in the house.
You want him in timeout?
Put him in, get him out. He cussed. Get him out. Right? Get him out of here. Yeah, he's a wicked devil. He a really triggered devil. Right? That's why, right? You don't even put him in timeout. He ain't getting blessed with 144 seconds. He get out. Just kick him out. Facts. He the devil himself. Sin came in. He pissed that we exposing his moon, himself. Right? Now, it's crazy because everybody listen. Remember, our terminology of transliterating our manuscript goes through the Hellen tongue and the English translation. So there's a mountain called Mount Sinai. Sin and Ai is not in Habariah, it won't be called Sinai, the mountain. Just like the book of Barashayat is not called Gene of Isis, Genesis. I need y'all to understand that. So these terms, just like lunar, lunatic, right? Everything that we calling on in this thing, so that Sinai is sin of Mount Ai. It's crazy. And that's where the moon, it was coming up. The moon was coming up from the mountain. But everybody, our mountain of that, it wouldn't have been called Sinai, Sin Ai, in our Habariah. Just like we were never called Isis Ra-El. That's why I be trying to get people to come out of that. Israel, that's Isis, that's Canaanite, that's, what's name? Kimite. Calling their gods. El is the god El. That's Enlil. That's El. That's when we continue the series, you'll see the god El, who he is, all that Elohim. You got to understand the cursed language of the tongue. Yeah, and there's a city of Ar. Facts that y'all, yes. So, the name Sinai may come from the name of the Babylonian moon god Sin. Etymology: Oreb may mean dry place or glowing heat, which may refer to the sun. Sinai may come from the name of Sin, the Mesopotamian moon god, so Sinai and Horeb may be the mountains of the moon and sun, respectively. Multiple names for the same place. It's possible that Mount Sinai and Mount Horeb are two different names for the same place. This was common in the ancient world, where places could have different names in different language or even within the same language. I will have to go into more details to break that down to know if that, just eat that fruit and spit out pit. But anyway, let's continue. Sinai.
On the mountain. So he lived in a mountain, and his name, the name of the moon god in Arabia, was Sin, S-I-N, Sin. And a mountain in the ancient Arabic, a very ancient language, was Ai. It's translated Ai. Ai is a mountain in the ancient language. So the god Sin lived in his mountain, Ai. You put them together, it becomes Sinai. No, there was no Sinai. There's a god Sin in the mountain called Ai. Airhead, wake up. It's just the worship of the moon god. This is why the Jews have their celebration after sundown, because that's when the moon god comes out. They're not going to have their holy days in the daytime. That's when the Christians are worshiping the sun. But God said, you don't want to have your holy days when they're worshiping the sun on Sunday. With the Christians who worship in the sun, the Jews are worshiping the moon. So we wait till after sundown. Then we have our...
Yo, he is really breaking it down. And that's correct, because they do a worship. Now, we know the day starts on evening to evening, but he's correct, because he's breaking down, they do a worship after sun. And he said they ain't going to worship when the Christians worshiping the sun god, the sun. They worship the moon. This is correct.
On Sunday, worshiping the sun, but God said, you don't want to have... God comes out. They're not going to have their holy days in the daytime. That's when the Christians are worshiping the sun. But God said, you don't want to have your holy days when they're worshiping the sun on Sunday. With the Christians who worship in the sun, the Jews are worshiping the moon. So we wait till after sundown. Then we have our holy days. It's because of the moon god comes out, and it's in Sinai. And, you know, and God, I could go on for hours explaining where these concepts and ideas have come from. That's why if you go to Israel and you go to a synagogue, it's not spelled S-Y-N, it's spelled S-I-N, synagogue. Because Sin is the god of the moon, or Gog, which is, we get from that, the Gog and Magog, or Gog. Synagogue is the house of the worship of the god Sin, synagogue. S-I-N, not S-Y-N. I could sit and talk for days on this subject of religion, theology, where all of these things have come from. Just the crap of the world, everything. Everything is going on. It's all here. There's all the documents are all here. And you find out where all this stuff really comes from, and the worship of Saturn. And Saturn was in the old Phoenician language. In the ancient area where we call Israel and Lebanon today was...
Right there. See that? That's the Bible. Right there, Biblos. So they got it from. The Phoenicians came over to the, what's the names? They was Mycenaeans, the Hellenes, where they was Mycenaeans. They was following Mycenaeans there, right? Facts. Let's continue. Saturn.
Comes from, and the worship of Saturn. And Saturn was in the old Phoenician language. In the ancient area where we call Israel and Lebanon today was called Phoenicia. And in the old Phoenician world, they were worshipers of the planet Saturn. So when the Hicks tells people that we call Hebrews today, incidentally, the word Hebrew is a derogatory term. It's not a very nice term. And so calling someone a Hebrew is not, it's a derogatory term. And incidentally, the Jewish yarmulke, it's not Jewish at all. That's Roman. That's why the Holy Father wears the yarmulke. The cardinals wear the yarmulke. Rome was here before Jews. And so under the Roman Empire, the Jews were ordered to show respect for the Holy Father, or we're going to cut your head off. So you show respect for the Holy Father, you are under the Holy Father. So you show respect by wearing the yarmulke. So today we got Jews running around with yarmulkes thinking it's Jewish. Not Jewish. It's Roman. The entire system of religion is Roman.
It is, and it is Uwish, and he was doing the smashing Shekinah on the wall. Yes, all fallen angel. It's not Ya'ada, it is Uwish. All right? And this part, there's some truth to this. Now that's interesting that's that image of Abraham that we did our lesson going into Egypt. Now everybody look. The crazy part is, watch this. Look what this says. The late Bronze Age was mainly one of Egyptian dominance in Canaan. Although their power there was contested by the Hittites, because Egypt, that's the Hittite Empire, and Mitzrayim Empire battling. The period was also marked by incursion of marauders called Hapiru or Habiru. Egyptian called them Ipiru. This term was apparently applied by the Egyptians to other people or social groups who were of foreign origin. It's an exonym. Many scholars feel that among, the Hapiru were the original Hebrews, Habariyas, of whom the later Israelites were only one branch or confederation. I agree. So this word, Habaru, that's not where the Habariyah come from, because that's Eber's name, Habariyah's name. But this Habaru, Apiru, Egyptian exonym that they applied to all these foreign invaders that was coming in, did apply to the original Habariyahs, the Hebrews, all right? And the Israelites was only of one branch, right? Because Ishmael's a Hebrew, you got plenty of Habariyah, there's Abraham's descendants. And it's so interesting because they showed, with this thing, they showed the actual lesson we did about, is this Abraham? Ain't that something interesting? Going into Egypt. That's crazy. When I saw that, I said, wow. And this is an old clip right here. I was like, wow. So yeah, that would have been the exonym. All right.
Jewish yarmulke, it's not Jewish at all. That's Roman. That's why the Holy Father wears the yarmulke. The cardinals wear the yarmulke. Rome was here before Jews. And so under the Roman...
The map, what you said, the map they showed is not... Well, the real Yerushalayim ain't where they showing it at right now anyway. Where those people over there smashing with the wall and stuff, it ain't there. It's in the desert. Let me see the map, what they show. Oh, they showing it a little further down? No, that's correct. That's correct, Elder. Because it was Yerushalayim, well, it's a little higher up, just a little, because it was like almost directly across from Alexandria. That's the correct area, Elder. It's just showing the strip. It's probably, you know how they make these maps. Map is probably a little off, because each person make it with their hands. But because what's the name will be right here, Philistine, Phoenicia, Gaza. Yeah, it's probably this whole region up here, because I know it's directly across from Alexandria. Yeah, this map is a little off. All right, but the real Yerushalayim right now is not at the place where those people is showing it. Yeah, where they over there worshiping, that is not where it's at. All right, so let me close out with him.
To show us.
I think, yeah, we finished that. All right, so.
Sin Agag. S-I-N, not S.
Wow. All right. So, now, let me get my clothes out. We got a lot of scripts. I'm kind of too tired to read all those scripts.
Excuse me?
Uh-huh.
I think there is one question from Yalayat.
Go ahead. What's the question?
We'll put it on screen so you can see. She says, the Wish start their Shabbat worship at the sundown when the moon comes out. Question, so why us?
All right, let me explain, because that's what she... So, what he said, all right, remember, you got to take these, what you going to call these people? They got a name for this. The people who just go around trying to explain everything, right? Knowers of all, right? So remember, eat the fruit and spit out the pit of what they say, right? So, because they can be right on certain things, but then they don't have the fullness of understanding. We don't Now, the convertites, the Pharisees, they do celebrate moon worship. They do follow moon worship. Most people didn't know that. So they do their celebrations when the moon is out. That is different, Yalayat, from the day starts in the evening. Evening to evening was the first day. That's Barashiyat, Genesis 1. There is a completion, a Kalalayah to the day. So we don't celebrate anything because the moon came out. If let's say if the Feast of Unleavened Bread was tomorrow, it would start when the evening started, because that's when the Most High created creation. In the beginning, darkness was over the face of the earth. All right? Because the Most High is the uncreated light. So he created the completion, the image of himself. So in the beginning, that's only, so let's say if tomorrow was the Feast of Unleavened Bread, once evening happened, that starts the feast, the holy day, the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But you don't go out and do something, right? You don't go out and bang pots and start worshiping the moon and stuff. That later, when usually let me explain. When evening would come, we would be indoors. So let's say if we was in ancient times and tomorrow was the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So what we would call the seventh day, Saturday, evening, right? Once the night happened, right? Going into the first day. That would start, let's say if that was the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But according to ancient times, we would be in the house. You would be indoors. That's when the sun went down, that's when we came in. There was no street lights, right? There wasn't illumination and stuff like that back in the days, right? So you would be indoors, right? And you would be indoors and you would just be observing that it's the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So you would have prepared whatever it is that you're going to do for your feast, but you're not doing no worshiping of anything. Then after when the sun comes up, because you still in that day, right? When the sun comes up, that's when you would go out and do something. If you would go out and do something for the day or something, you wouldn't do it in the dark. But what he was pointing out, because he don't have the fullness, is that some of those convertites, you're right, some of those cultures and the Pharisees, they would celebrate, like even the other cultures. They celebrate the full moon. That's why we're breaking down new moon worship. We didn't worship no moon and we didn't follow. It didn't mean nothing that evening, the moon, that was just a lesser light. The sunlight calculated the actual time. The moon followed. So we didn't worship any of it. You understand? You didn't worship no holy day, even no feast day. That's why the Most High said, I abhor your feast days and stuff. Because if it wasn't for sin, there would be no need for all of that. There was no feast days in the garden and stuff, right? When we was in his righteous order, right? So now we got all type of laws and dietary laws and days and appointed. That's why Passover is a whole judgment and the unaliving of the firstborn and all this. It's all this sin, right? But they made their feast days into worship days. That's why he said, I abhor it. None of that serves me. You understand? Only day, he told us 6 days we are to Ayadah, 1 day we are to Rabayah, rest. And that's it, right? 1 day to set apart to the Most High, the Shabbayat. And then we got 7 Shabbayats to go through the year, right? Now, just so it's like in the Ishmaelite culture, like Muslims, right? You know how you have some Muslims, they worship Allah, right? And they try to be righteous and they try to be good, moral people, right? Like our brother Bilal that will come over here on Facebook, right? They try to be righteous, moral people. But then you got another section of the same culture, but they're extremists, right? They're the ones dropping bombs and they doing it. You got the other ones that marrying the little 10-year-old girls. Remember that over in Somalia and stuff, right? So again, it's in every culture, you're going to have those who worship the Kalalaya, the darkness. They're going to worship darkness, make it. So that's what that is. So yeah, we don't, yeah, our day starts evening to evening is the first day, because that's how the Most High created the foundations of the earth, this earth, in Barashayat. If he would have said the day starts morning to morning or light to light was the first day, then we would be doing light to light. But it's a completion. So right now I'm in my Shabbayat, right? And it started about, we'll get dark, about 5 p.m. here. It started. So I'm indoors. Let's say if I wanted to go out tomorrow, it's still a Shabbayat. Right? Now I can't go out and do shopping and stuff, right? But if I wanted to go out and rest and do it, it's still the Shabbayat until the evening comes again. So, yeah, and we don't worship either one, right? So we're not going to worship when the sun come up, and then we ain't worshiping when the sun go down and the moon. So praise Yah. Hopefully that brought some more understanding to you, daughter of Yah.
Excuse me.
Uh-huh.
She had an addition to a question regarding the scripture. May I read it? It's not too bad.
No, go ahead.
It's okay. Let me read what she said first. She says, if you have a detailed message on this topic, I will look for it on your channel. I have a question why the Messiah said what he said in John 11 and 9, and that reads, and the Messiah answered, are there not 12 hours in a day? If any man walk in the day, he stumbleth not, because he seeth the light of this world.
Right. So, okay, so what he's talking about, there's 12 hours in the day, then there's 12 hours in the night, right? So he says, are there not 12 hours in? So remember, Mashiach spoke in parables, Yaliyah. So remember, and they said, Mashiach, why do you speak in parables? He said, because it's for those who have ears to hear to be able to discern the mysteries of my parables, for the elect, for the remnant, right? So this parable, he says, Mashiach, whatever, I don't know what came before it. I didn't get context. It got to be some context because he's answering something, right? So I probably can even, the funny part is I can determine from what he's answered, I could probably already figure out some of the context. Don't read it to me yet. Let me see if I can figure it out. From his answer, they're not 12 hours in a day. If any man, they probably was, because they be asking crazy stuff. What did they ask him? I can't think of, what did they ask him? I'm interested now. What was the text?
I'll read from 7, and said, then after that he said to his disciples, let us go into Judea again. Verse 8, his disciples said unto him, Master, the yards of...
Pause. I should have knew it was those knuckleheads. That's what I was thinking. I wonder these disciples, these knuckleheads always mess with Mashiach. But go ahead, continue now.
Okay. In verse 8, his disciples said unto him, Master, the yards of late sought to stone thee, and goest thou whither again?
The who?
Is the yards.
Oh, the tribe of Judah? Okay, the Jews. Okay. The yards. Okay, so they said, say it again. Mashiach, Master, the yards
of late sought to stone thee again, and goest thou thither again? Why are you going back into Judea?
When you do that, say yards of late, because newer people won't know what you mean, right? That's why I almost lost. Yards / Jews. So he said the Jews of late / to stone thee. So he's like, so the disciples are like, man, lately, these tribe of Judah, they riled up. They want to stone you. Continue. The Yahs of late want to stone thee.
And then it reads, and goest thou thither again? Like you're going back into Judea.
And you're going to go there again? Why are you trying? This boy, these hypocrites. I mean, not these crash outs. These disciples, they're not hypocrites. These disciples were a mess. They was trying to find their way. It's not, I ain't trying to mess with our ancestors. They did the best they can. So, they was always messing with Mashiach, right? Remember, they like, don't go to Samaria. Don't go here. Don't test this. Don't give them this. Don't like, shut up. Like, Mashiach like, boy. So they trying to stone you, bro. You trying to go back? Yeah, because the remnant is there. That's why you're going back. Okay, so then that's what it says. And then then that's 11. And then Mashiach said,
that was verse 8. And then verse 9 is what she asked the question of. And Ashad answered, are there not 12 hours in a day? If a man walketh in the day, he stumbleth not, because he seeth the light of this world.
Right. So that's the parable. The parable. So what he's speaking on, they asking him, they like, the disciples don't want him to go back there because they like, these people trying to kill you and ain't nobody worthy. And, they didn't want him to go to Samaria. They didn't want him to heal nobody, right? They were very selfish, like the Israelites today. Like, it remind me of the Israelites today, right? They like, salvation only for us, right? We the only people in the book and everybody else is going to hell. And, they selfish as all outdoors. That's the same spirit. That's how you know these are blackity blacks, right? Because it's still over the blackity blacks today, right? Same spirit. Only the remnant has Mashiach's continence, right? That's like, no, I got to go into the darkness, into Samaria. I got to go in, right, to the remnant of the other nation. We got to be the light unto them, right? So they like, why you going back into Yerushalayim, Jerusalem? Lately, they all want to stone you. So Mashiach said, put it back on the screen. Put that script back on the screen. So Mashiach said, sorry, it's small. He said, are there not 12 hours in the day? If any man walk in the day, he stumbleth not, because he seeth the light of this world. So this parable, he said, all right, listen, listen, guys, because he's always talking to them. He says, are there not 12 hours in the day? What that means is, do you not have two choices? I mean, two opportunities. You have 12 hours of darkness, the night, and then you have 12 hours of day, right? So you get you got a chance. You still got a chance. Okay, what he's saying is, those that are in darkness, even though there are some of them who are conspiring against him, though they be in darkness, they still have a chance to change. They still have an opportunity to be in the light, because if the light of the world, which is me, be there, then they won't stumble, because I am the light. So in the darkness, when I walk in, where it was dark, it's going to be day. This is a parable. So for the remnant who might be against me now, though I keep coming back and be in the light, some of them will stop stumbling, because they'll see the light of the world. They'll be able to, but if I never go back there, then it's just going to be darkness, night, no day, and they will continue to stumble.
Excuse me?
He was going back for the remnant, daughter of Yah. Go ahead, Hakyama.
May you read just two of the verses, because it'll help even more. Verse 10.
Hold on 1 second before you read it. His parables are really beautiful. Once you're able, remember he said they have to have keys to unlock the mysteries. It's for the elect. And once you do it, you can understand his unselfishness. He is correct. There's 12 hours in the day. So there's 12 hours of opportunity of seeing the light. Not just if I remove my presence from it totally, then there won't be 12 hours of day. They won't have no opportunity to see the light. And they will stumble. But if any man is able to walk in the day with the light of the sun, it's harder for him to stumble. As long as I can keep coming back, it's easy. It's harder for them to stumble because of my light. I'm the light of the world. And those Yah flakes that I give off is going to land on some. Just the remnant. Go ahead, Hakim.
Verse 10, I'll put on the screen. But if a man walk in the night, he stumbleth, because there is no light in him. Verse 11. These things saith he. After that he said unto them, Our friend Lazarus sleepeth, but I go, that I may wake him out of sleep. And this is after, this is before he performs his work, the miracle.
Of bringing Lazarus back to life from the dead. Facts. So he's going to walk amongst the living dead, right? Those who are in darkness. If he just never went into Jerusalem, against the same thing he did to Samaria. They didn't want him to go in there. He they're dead. I gotta go into the hood. I gotta go get the lost. He said, I'm here to heal the sick. I'm here for the sick, not the whole. The whole don't need a physician, right? I'm here for the sick. So I gotta go to where the sick is. They're like, why are you gonna go to the hospital? You can catch a cold. He's like, well, duh. This is my mission and my purpose. Praise Yah. Good question. Great question. And I love his parables. I love breaking down Mashiach because it's amazing. The unlocking of the mysteries of Mashiach is just really, really amazing work. All right, guys. I'm really tired. I was going to do all the scripts, but I'll do it next week. So next Friday, when we continue the series, unless y'all have me do something else, I'll break down all the scripts for this moon, the Jubilees that Yeshua put together is amazing. But it will be another hour if I did it now. And I put in a lot of work, so I'm tired. Yeah, I see doctors as walking without any discernment of who they are. Yeah, they're lost. That's who you come for, the lost sheep of the house of Yahshua. And then the lost, remnant for us to be the light, right? That's our Habariyah book. It's for us, by us, for us to come back to the being a light and then go get the others out of darkness, the remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue. But first to the house of Yahshua, because we have to be that light. They have to come through the one of the 12 gates. Facts. And praise Yah. And now we are to continue. And that's what we are doing in this house. Right? So we got a remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue that is welcome as we be the light to lead them to the Father so they can go through one of the 12 gates. This has been the path of the sorcerer. Whew. The moon or the sun. Oh my goodness, I ain't doing my closeout. I had a strong closeout. I am not doing none of that. We are closing out. That my closeout is me closing out. I was going to do her scriptures and I had a strong closeout. No. Well, I'll say that for the next time we do her scripture and close out. So we'll continue, unless you have us do something else next Friday. We'll continue. Yes, now go and teach all nations. Come on, sincere, right? He'll have us do it next time. Share screen, window. I got to close now. I feel in Raya, praise Yah. He's well pleased with all the work. This has been the werewolf's path. Path of the sorcerer. The moon or the sun. Right? Get out of the path of the sorcerer. Okay? Thank you so much, Delaware Shah. I want to say thank you, Yashara La, for hearing from our Abba and putting together that mighty work. And so me and you come together and we knock this out the park as we tag team and do on these spirits. When we get on the battlefield, we tag team these devils. We had the werewolf came tonight. He came cussing and everything, right? We ain't seen one of those spirits in a long time. He was an angry little bugger, right? That's why I was like, just get him out. Ban him, kick him out. He was cussing and everything. I'm like, boy, the werewolf is pissed tonight. It's okay, little werewolf. It'll be all right. Somebody get this boy a kibble in a bit. Give him a kibble in bits or something. All right? Yeah, they come to snag up y'all's children. Right? That's what it is in these lies and deceit. Thank you, Yeshavallah, for your studious study. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Elder, for your presence. Thank you, young Elder Yasha, for your presence. Thank you, House of Yah, for your covering your presence and being my brother on this election. And thank you, Yah, first and foremost, for your revelation. Thank you for repairing the breach and bringing all things to remembrance and unlocking the mysteries of our manuscript and our history and allowing us, giving us the grace and the mercy and the favor and the covering from your Malachi's angels and Sabaoth's heavenly hosts to allow us to be in your likeness, image, being, function, character, and nature, the righteous remnant on the earth. We thank you for choosing us and calling us. We thank you for calling your name, Yah, calling us to remembrance. We thank you for all that you do for us, Abba Yah, and we thank you for being our Abba and allowing us to be your children. We love you, and we say Aman Yah, that's Amen, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, and Shalayah, Selah. We love you, Abba Yah, and thank you for the study. Praise your holy name in your rightful order. We say this prayer unto you and your only Yah, Son, who comes in your holy name. Aman Yah, Abba Yah. Praise Yah. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Hopefully y'all well fed tonight. From the house of Yah to you all worldwide, I say, Donna Briggs. No, I'm just joking. Robin Yah, Shalom, Robin Yah. I say, may the Most High cover and bless you all. Hopefully y'all got some real understanding. I'm glad, thankful that the Most High has instructed me and Yeshua Allah to put the study together for y'all, to really give y'all understanding about the moon and the sun and the intercalary days, all right? Remember, 360 prophetic days, 4 intercalary days of memorial remembrance, 364 days fixed in perfection. This part. From the house of Yah to Yah worldwide, we say Shabbayat. That means peace, and that means the Most High's 7th day. Shalayam, peace. Shabbayat, Shalayam means peace and blessings of the Most High's holy day unto you all. Shabbayat, Shalayam. Y'all go forth and have a blessed daytime hours of your Shabbayat day, whatever you do in your day work. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We see y'all again live Wednesday about 9 p.m. Shalom, everybody, from the house of Yah to Yah worldwide. Hopefully y'all well fed. Praise Yah.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds secure